Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Welcome to day three of the United Six Summit 2026. Over the past 2 days, we've had the privilege of learning from incredible leaders. Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren challenged us to think about protecting civil rights in today's world. We heard inspiring stories of humanitarian service from Gurvinder Singh through Sikh Aid, and Professor Sofia Roma reminded us why defending rights of women and children is a global responsibility. So today we continue that journey by exploring advocacy, public policy, grassroots organizing, and religious freedom. And I encourage you to stay engaged, ask questions, and think about how you can turn what you're learning into action in your own community. So let's make day three another day of learning, leadership, and seva, and welcome back. Thank you, everybody, for joining. So, if I can take a few minutes before our first speaker is arriving, um, can you guys all please write in the chat where you're from, like which country? And we have a lot of international students that are joining the summit. Please say your name, introduce yourselves to the rest of the group. Meanwhile, let me introduce myself once again. My name is Bhupinder Kaur. I am the Director of Operations for UNITEDSIKHS. I have been with UNITEDSIKHS for almost 4 years now, and I also manage the Umeed Helpline, which is a 24-hour resource line that is open to the community, and it's a global phone number. And yes, it is available 24/7. You can find more information on our website about what this helpline is about. But basically, anybody in need who may be experiencing any type of issues, whether it be family issues or elderly care, or just looking for general resources, or they just want someone to talk to, that's what the Umeed helpline is there for. Um, so, other things, just for some of these new people who have joined, a brief introduction about UNITEDSIKHS is that UNITEDSIKHS is a global nonprofit organization affiliated with the United Nations. We serve in three areas: humanitarian aid, um, legal advocacy, protecting civil and human rights, and community empowerment and engagement. And doing sessions like these is where we are engaging our community, letting them know about their rights and how they can be productive in the society. Um, I would like to ask Christina, if it's okay, would you please give an introduction about yourself, please?
Hello, everyone. I am Christina Jimenez. I have been with the United States, I think, for 3 or 4 years now, and I've been helping the organization with its legal work, with the media team, and anything that I can help with the organization. Um, and welcome to the United States Sixth Summit this year, and we're hoping that we be able to impart more of the information, and after this week's meaningful conversations, you will be inspired to join the organization and the causes that we have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anuneet Banji, will you take a minute and introduce yourself, please?
Hello everyone, I'm Manunit Kaur. I'm a dentist back from India. Now I'm working as a project analyst with UNITEDSIKHS from past 6 months. And welcome to the summit, everyone. Thank you.
Inderjeet Virji, will you please give a quick introduction about yourself?
Oh, sorry, can you please repeat that?
Will you please introduce yourself? Thank
Yes,
you.
sure. Hi, my name is Indrajit Singh. I am with UNITEDSIKHS, and I'm also a second year law student, and it's wonderful to be here today. Thank you so much.
Vipin Preet Kaur, please.
Hi everyone, I am Bipinpreet Kaur. I'm from Easton, Pennsylvania. I'm one of the legal interns for United 6. I'm also an incoming law student at Temple University in Philadelphia.
Thank you. And Gurjina ji, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Georgina. I'm from Vancouver, Canada. I've recently just completed my undergrad in criminology at Simon Fraser University, and this is my first SIKH summit, and so far I'm finding it very nice and very inspiring, and I'm looking forward to hearing from more speakers today.
You. Damandeep, please give us an introduction about yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Daman Gill. I'm from Canton, Michigan, and I go to school at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. I'm a rising senior. I'm joining from London, and I'm a Sixth Summit alumni, so I'm excited to connect with you all.
Thank you. I actually would love to get a little bit of insight. The previous days, Bipin Preet Kaur, give us how the summit has impacted her. Would you mind sharing your story a little bit, please? Damandeep.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to Bipin. That's my bad. Could you repeat the question?
Damandeep, do you want to just talk a little bit about your summit experiences in the past? Like a few days ago, I just gave everyone a little glimpse of like my experience 2 years ago. So if you want to talk about how you were involved, your experience, X, Y, and Z.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for repeating that. Um, yeah, so I participated in the Sixth Summit. I think it was 2 years ago. I think Bip and Preet and I were on the same timeline. I was a civil rights fellow, and I worked with UNITEDSIKHS on their legal research. Um, and then from there, I got involved in the Sixth Summit, and I helped organize and introduce panelists for the summit 2 years ago. And it was really great to hear everyone talk. It was really great to be able to see the behind the scenes of what it takes to actually put on something as intricate as this. And I'm really excited to be back this year and see what everyone has in store and all the different questions that people have and all the different passions that people come from. So, yeah, I'm really excited. I had a really positive experience.
Thank you so much. I want to allow um, Amneet Ji, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Amneet Sadana. I'm from Southern California and I am an incoming third year at University of California, Riverside, and it is my first time at a summit like this, so I'm very excited and I've been feeling honored to have the opportunity to learn more about United 6.
That's so wonderful. Amneet, we're gonna have to connect. We're like so close to each other. I'm also near Riverside.
Oh,
Um,
perfect. I'd love to.
please send me a message. We should definitely connect.
Sure, of
Um,
course.
yeah, I just want to make sure, is everyone here in the WhatsApp group? Can I get a thumbs up? If you're not, I would love to add you into that group. We just keep it relevant to uh, the Six Summit subjects, topics, speakers, um, and just it's a way for all of you guys to be able to connect with each other. Because this is kind of what the purpose of the summit is for you guys to be able to build your own networks, find inspiration from one another, and learn from one another. Um, maybe underneath Benji, would you do me the favor of adding the WhatsApp uh, link into this chat, please? Thank you. And how about Sachi Bajaj? Please introduce yourself. One second. Would you like to? Simran, we did not introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simran Rator. I'm a third-year university student studying law and philosophy. This is also my first SIKH Summit, and I'm just really grateful. Every day is a blessing. Listening to everybody's testimonies, and I feel like I've gained a lot of wisdom, so I'm excited for what the next two days have to hold.
Thank you so much for being here. Amrik Singh, will you please give us an introduction about yourself?
Hanji, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Amrik Singh from Dallas, Texas. Incoming freshman at UT Austin, studying government, and I'm really interested in going to law school later on. Some the fields I'm interested in are like human rights law, civil rights law, just speaking up for those people in those communities who do not have much representation, who are marginalized.
Yeah. Yeah, we missed seeing you yesterday, but I understood that you were a little bit busy.
Yes,
But thank you so much for being here. I hope everything is well.
yes.
And without further ado, we'd like to welcome Gurmohanpreet Singh Viji, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਨੇ, and I thank you so much, Viji, for being here. We're very, very grateful. You have been with UNITEDSIKHS for quite some time doing seva out there. Amazing, amazing things, even during the farmers' protest, I remember, and he's attended past summits and given us amazing insight. So I would encourage you all to submit any questions into the group chat. And thank you so much, Viji, for being here. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Please give yourself an introduction.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. So, first of
Please,
all,
Viji.
I want to congratulate us for this nice, pious initiative. And I start with the very text of Pai Jaswant Singh Khalda, I challenge the darkness. In Punjabi, he said, "Main hanere nu challenge kar." So, education is the only way with which we put light on certain arcane aspects, which are what we say dark enough. These are certain gray areas upon which a proper sensitization is the bare sine qua non. Because until and unless there will be no knowledge about this, the society turns to be callous. So just coming to the point, the very reason we are present here today, the very reason, basically the revealing of truth, that what censorship of Satluj, basically there are certain legal connotations. See, there are certain things. One is a rule of law in which everything is equal, and another is a procedure established by law in which there are just certain things like justice that got delayed. So here we like start this whole discussion will provide an analysis about basically what a human rights analyst, a solo force like Guru Gobind Singh Ji have told, "Sawa lakh se ek ladao." So that basically fight is to challenge the darkness. What a single individual can do to bring this world a better place to live in. So this is all about that by Jaswant Singh Khalda Ji. And basically this documentary sort of movie, because all truth is depicted over here. Here, this film got censored within just 2 days after its release, just bare 48 hours. And what are the basically deep ideas of banning this movie? And earlier also this movie took around 4 years of struggle. So my basically whole this topic is why they use censor such topics, and what is the idea of state, what are the roles of state actors, non-state actors. So with this I start. So I start from the very idea of India. India, they call it world's largest democracy. So the bare minimum is we the people, from which India starts. But these people, be the people, for the people, by the people, this thing got a serious blot when Jaswant Singh Khalda showcased that there are certain fake discrepancies around a humongous chunk of number, that is 25,000. No one, no two, 25,000. Basically, what you say, that those are the human lives, but treated as a chattel. Even much more than that, a butchery is performed upon them. They call them lavaris, like it is a etymologically Punjabi word which means there is no one there. Someone is a youth of 19 years, someone is a mother. So this data is what this movie depicts on one side. And the bare reason, the very one reason emerges is that why such kind of movies got banned. Then the answer is, if you compare the recent Punjab scenario, there is a state and there is a deep state. And if you see the activism of Bhai Jaswant Singh Khalda, he reached at such state where some deep state agencies like CBI, they showcase a very good inquiry. Normally, civil activists who we call non-state actors, they don't reach to such depth and dimension which the feat which Bhai Jaswant Singh Khalda ji achieved. Not just at a national level, but as well as at the international level. If at national level we see there are three limbs. One is legislature, one is executive, and third one is judiciary. Why? Again, the reason why such movies are banned. Go see these three limbs. If you see in India, the legislature and executive, they're also intertwined and always intertwined. The Indian Constitution's Article 51 explicitly mentions separation of legislature, executive, as well as judiciary. But not this example is here we are not at equivalent with United States of America. So this movie or this documentary or his life arc and saga all depict that legislature and executive, there are certain policy paralysis and system septics which are prevalent in the system. There were certain police officials who joined at the rank of a constabulary, like the bare minimum rank, and their target area is encounter of certain youth. Then they reach out to certain higher ranks. This movie also tells us about SSP Ajit Singh Sandhu, who got charged by CBI, a very detailed legal battle, involvement of High Court. But at the end, fate he met, he actually committed suicide in the jail. Because in the jail, he was able to see basically how gruesome one's soul can be. So he was not able to bear the burden of his very maligned soul. So this movie only showcases that in a state, when certain responsible forces like police, even the CM, when they can act as a voyeurism on the common population. And if you see the recent example of Punjab, just Google excesses of Punjab police and you will be astonished to know that in last 3 months, there are around 34 encounters performed, which are in radar of question. An innocent youth of just 19 years, Ranjit Singh, from a village in Gurdaspur, got encountered by police in the very police custody. And High Court of Punjab and Haryana have raised a serious question about it. So such movies actually teach us how to fight with this darkness. This is the societal aspect. And apart from that, if we go into deeper domains of law, then prior to international treaties, national treaties, we have our own set of laws, that is Sikh jurisprudence. And in our Sikh jurisprudence, basically, in our Holy Guru Granth Sahib, it is written, "Aap mataiye ta shau paiye aur kaisi chaturai." This is Punjabi, to which I translate. It is basically when you want to clean certain sport and you want to make this world a better place to live in, There is nothing sort of thing like cleverness. You have to completely annihilate yourself for the better oneness. Because there is a cost of truth. There is a cost of truth which Jaswant Singh Khalda had paid. There is a cost of truth which recent celebrities, even celebrities like Diljit Dosanjh, are paying. Movie directors are paying. There is a certain sort of character assassination which is going on. And the biggest patheticity is the fourth pillar of democracy, media. There are certain India media houses which are these days basically running a parallel agenda. In that parallel agenda, despite involvement of Jaswant Singh Khalda ji with the Indian super judiciary, despite the inquiry of CBI, despite every corroborative evidence and pragmatic proofs, they're calling him with a demonizing name Khalistani. And this is a trend Gregory Stanton in genocide basically observed, not once but every time. They basically try to demonize a particular community with certain vocabulary. And you will all feel very much astonished to know that in 1947, this Khalistan was a legitimate demand. Even in 1952-1959 document with Mr. P.M. Nehru of that time, and you can call it Nehru Tara Singh Pact, in which basically Sikh institutions and Gurdwaras Pact was signed. It was clearly stated that such kind of demonization or vilification of a community will not be done at all. But despite continuous promises since decades, this happens. This happens even today. So this is basically the legal perspective. And now the third one is basically the political perspective. In political perspective, what we see in 2027, there are elections in Punjab. Punjab is a humongous chunk of land in which around there are more than 12,000 villages. And there are basically 117 MLA seats, Constitutional Assembly seats. These people which got elected by democracy. Now they banned this movie. But what is happening at grassroots level? People of Punjab are showing this movie in Gurdwaras, in other institutions. Basically, this is the form of direct democracy, which we see in most developed countries like Switzerland and other Scandinavian countries. And what they are doing? They're burning candles. And they are basically designing certain symbols. A youth from Punjab, Sikh youth, they have basically structured a logo, what we call Saron da Phul. Saron is basically a Punjabi crow. It is our staple food. So they combined that Saron da Phul with Punjabi youth, who was at a full gush, full cherish, when got annihilated by state for none other than but for raising their voice. Even in the very movie, they cite certain examples of Anandpur Sahib resolution and other political demands, which were the bare minimums to recognize yourself as a first-class citizen. Because even up to this date, after banning of this Satluj, certain particular community individuals have this vibe. They basically feel it at their edge that right to a dignified life is seriously challenged. So such movies basically showcase us that since 1995, only a few reportings were there at the end of national media. And when there are certain non-state actors who, as a responsibility, make such movies. In fact, this is not just the only movie. There is another movie, Chardi Kala, which is also such a deep story about Pai Byan Singh, their wife. She got elected as a member parliamentarian. But there are certain proofs and serious enough that he basically got assassinated by the state. And this showcases that how certain people with polarizing effect and mindset on their part can basically bifurcate the society and perform genocide. So apart from these things, then there comes the final verdict, and I have this opportunity that Mr. Lawyer, the very eminent personality, such a luminary is Mr. R.S. Bance, who at those times represented by Jaswant Singh Khalda ji. Just getting live here, I guess half an hour before. I just have conversation with them. I said, sir, you under your mentorship, I've learned a lot about human rights. So what is your take on this? And even I'll be appearing there with me. I'll be having your that thy presence, that profound approach. So even he gave a conclusion about this, that during those times and even this time, people are not this much learned that they can actually understand that what is right and what is wrong. Even if you see social media, digital media, cyber spectrum, my experience in Israel, we see 85% of data over the internet is fake. And India being a humongous country, by 2027, this fakeness rigid up to 95%. So in such areas, we need certain true documents. And up to deep, like there are certain societies, there are certain power groups which basically reach out to such documentaries or music, because people are not sufficient and viable enough to have every kith and detail. But these movies, they easily tell the truth up to the layman level. And despite Article 19 of the very Indian Constitution, that is freedom of speech, despite Article 21, that is article related to life and liberty. Despite this, movie asks about that the man who was asking about 25,000 fake encounters, they put the number to 25,000 plus 1. And the irony is the DGP of that times, Mr. KPS Gill. A proper mechanism in Indian media is developed over that. He is a pedophile. It is a proven fact by various legal reports. Apart from that, he basically sexually harassed a cabinet secretary rank IAS officer. So one can imagine that if you are harassing, you are performing sexual harassment of a state representative, you are directly performing a harassment of the very state. And despite such harassments, they are backing him up. So we up to till this date can analyze.
I'm sorry. I'm Wanda. How are you? It's 12 o'clock. We have our next speaker coming up, so we'll give you about another minute to wrap up, please.
Thank you so much. So this is my last point, and basically at the end, none else but I quote the very right dignitary who represents US: injustice anywhere. The very Martin Luther King is a threat to justice everywhere. So this is all. And this last minute or up to end, I just wait. If someone has certain questions or doubts in their mind, I'll be more than happy to amplify, or you can reach out to me, because this is not just half an hour topic. This is a decisive matter, which this is just a first step. So I welcome you all to have the future steps. That's it. That's it at the my end. Thank you for such a nice opportunity.
I have a quick question. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh Paji. Thank you for your talk.
I'm sorry, Bipin. We really do need to move on. It's 12:06, and our next speaker is the New York State Attorney General's office with limited time. So if we can just hold off on the questions, then maybe Mr. Singh can stay on if we have a little bit of time. But let's give our next speaker.
I'll be staying here and I'll be attending. I'll be more than happy. Or otherwise, if this
thank you, Mr. Singh, for
we
understanding.
have a very high schedule, so I will share my email details, and this thing can be carried later on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for understanding. Our next speaker is the New York State Office of the Attorney General, Letitia James. Rick Sawyer is an Assistant Attorney General and Chief of the Civil Rights Bureau of the New York State Attorney General's Office. Mr. Sawyer, are you there? Still again.
Sorry.
Oh, there you are. Good morning, and thank you for joining
Morning,
us.
everybody. Yeah, thank you for having me.
If you might be able to tell us a little bit about yourself before you begin, how you are where you are and why, that would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, you know, I am a sort of second career lawyer, and I went to law school because of my passion for civil rights. So I knew going into law school that what I wanted to do was civil rights work. I wanted to work, you know, on issues related to injustice, to discrimination, to the misuse of power, and all of those issues were what animated me. And so I went through law school. I worked for a while at a private civil rights law firm where I brought lawsuits on behalf of people who had been wrongfully convicted of crimes they didn't commit. And so I had a lot of experience suing the police departments and sometimes prosecutors for mishandling investigations and causing my clients to sometimes spend up to 20 years or longer in prison for things that they didn't do. After that, position came open here at the Attorney General's office, working on hate crimes and bias prevention. And at the time I took it, and today, this seemed like one of the most pressing issues facing, you know, folks who are interested in civil rights, is just the proliferation of hate crime, the proliferation of bias-related discrimination, and those issues. So it seemed like a perfect opportunity for me to join the office. I came on board in early 2021, and you know, I've been here ever since. Now I started as the only lawyer working on these issues for our office, and today I am a section chief, and I have, you know, my own staff, and so we have many more folks. You know, I want to talk a little bit about what the Attorney General's office does. And it's, you know, it's going to be different in different states, but here in New York, I can talk about what we do. And I want to talk a little bit about what the Civil Rights Bureau does in general. And then I'll speak a little bit more about my areas of focus and my areas of expertise, if that's okay with everybody. Great. So the New York Attorney General's office, we are the lawyer for the people of the state of New York. We're not a lawyer anybody has to pay for, but we're here to protect the rights of the people. We don't work on behalf of any individual person. We work on behalf of the entire people of New York. And you know, our office has multiple roles. One of our office's roles is representing the state when it gets sued by somebody. But on my side of the office, what we do is we bring affirmative enforcement actions to protect the rights of New Yorkers. And what that looks like is that we primarily work on pattern or practice investigations. So because we can't jump in and represent one individual person, our most stereotypical kind of action is we are suing on behalf of a lot of people. So if there's been an organization that's been, you know, in my area of work, harassing and committing violence against people because of their protected characteristics, because of their religion, because of their race, because of their background, who they are, where they come from, then we can sue that organization on behalf of all of the many people who have been affected. We do that with, in the Civil Rights Bureau, we do that with discrimination of all kinds. So we bring workplace discrimination lawsuits. We bring discrimination lawsuits related to discrimination in schools when it's widespread. We do investigations for discrimination by public accommodations, you know, businesses that refuse to serve certain types of people because of who they are. And increasingly, we're starting to do work on looking at algorithms and their violations of privacy, and the way that algorithms and AI can be used kind of as a stealth way of discriminating against people. So our office works on a lot of kind of traditional matters, but we're also always expanding the kind of work that we're doing. And my unit is the Hate Crimes and Bias Prevention Unit, and so our office, our unit, we don't bring criminal prosecution, so our name is a little bit of a misnomer. What we do is we bring civil investigations where there's been bias-based acts of violence, intimidation, or harassment. And what that means, to unpack that a little bit, what the bias means is that the reason that the person is doing the violent act or doing the harassment or doing the threats is because of who somebody is, because of, the victim is of a certain race or a certain religion or certain gender expression or certain sex, certain sexual orientation. And the list goes on. There are a lot of protected characteristics under New York law. National origin is one, for example. And what we do is we try to look at incidents where there's been widespread pattern or practice of this kind of behavior. So in the past, we've investigated. Sometimes we investigate organizations, and sometimes we investigate individuals. So in the past, we investigated an individual who had been targeting Asians in Lower Manhattan, because this was during the height of COVID, when there was a lot of hate and directed at East Asians because of the perception that somehow Chinese people were responsible for COVID. So this woman was terrorizing folks throughout Lower Manhattan, using every kind of racial epithet you can think of, just because they look Chinese. Not all of them were Chinese, but if they look Chinese, that was enough for this woman to target them. And so we did an investigation into that. In another context, we investigated an organization that was targeting pro-Palestinian.
We're having a little glitch. Sorry about that, guys.
People, they were attacking their Muslim religion, and for the Jewish people who were supporting the Palestinian cause, they were saying that they weren't adequately.
To interrupt. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You had a bit of a glitch, and we sort of stopped off where you said something about a Chinese lady, and then we didn't hear anything after that.
Okay, so the woman wasn't Chinese. So okay, sorry about that. So I'll just stepping back. So, if you remember during the coronavirus, the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a lot of violence and vitriol directed at East Asians because of the perception that Chinese people were somehow responsible for the pandemic. There was a woman who was going around, and I'm just using this as an illustration of sometimes we target organizations or corporations or companies. Sometimes we can target an individual person. So this woman wasn't affiliated with any hate group. She was just a person who was very hateful herself, who was going around Lower Manhattan, finding people who were East Asian and yelling every racial epithet she could think of and harassing them, following them around in unwanted ways, putting them in danger, and making them feel unsafe. And and it didn't. I mean, it wasn't the people that she targeted weren't always Chinese. All that mattered for her was that they looked Chinese, and then she would use these racial epithets. So we were investigating that kind of misconduct. Another thing that we did recently, just using examples. So there was an organization that was a registered nonprofit, a charity registered in the state of New York, that was targeting protesters at pro-Palestinian protests. And they were targeting the protesters not just because of their political beliefs, but based on their religion. So they would come to the protests and yell all kinds of anti-Muslim things at folks that they thought were Muslim who were there at the protests. or folks who were Jewish, who were nonetheless supporting the Palestinian cause, they would come and yell all kinds of things like, "You're a traitor to the Jewish faith. You're not really Jewish. You're just like the people who turned over the Jews and worked for the Nazis." All kinds of terrible things. And we investigated them, and we entered into a kind of a cease and desist agreement with them, where they agreed to stop this behavior and actually to disband their organization. So that's the kind of work we do. What we're looking for is a pattern or practice. So a lot of people who are affected, but not always carried out by an organization or a group. It can sometimes be an individual whose behavior has kind of an outsized impact, let's say. We also look at issues related to school bullying and harassment, and we work with some of our partners in this office in the Civil Rights Bureau, who have special expertise in education law, and we also work with the New York State Education Department. We work on social media issues. So we have a partnership in our office where the hate crimes unit from the Civil Rights Bureau works together with the Bureau of Internet and Technology to look at the problem of hate and bias on social media, especially when it manifests in real world violence or real world harm and harassment. So issues that are related to social media and hate or bias can be brought to our office. We'll look at them. I'll talk a moment when I talk about the challenges that we have about why we can't always bring a case, but we're always interested in listening to complaints. And we also work on issues related to religious land use. So a pattern we've seen, and you can talk to me about your experience, is one of the reasons I'm here, is that folks coming from minority religions will often move into an area that's heavily white or heavily historically Christian, and have a hard time building or expanding their religious facilities. So we've worked with Jewish groups, we've worked with Muslim groups who have been trying to build or expand their places of worship, and have met all kinds of stubborn resistance from zoning boards or from local municipalities. But actually, both New York and federal law give lots of protections to houses of worship in their decisions to build or expand their services or their facilities. And so we work on issues where religious land use has been denied because of what looks like discriminatory reasons, and we do that across the state. I think one of the questions for this panel is, what are some of the challenges we have right now? Well, first of all, I mean, right now I'm working on one of the greatest challenges that we have, which is connecting our government to community. We are a complaint-driven office. Sometimes we'll find things in the news, and we'll try to proactively pursue a case based on what we read in the news. But 98% of the work that we do comes to us from community members. So we need to make the connection where who we are, you have our phone number, you have our email address, we know your faces, and we have an idea of what complaints your community has, so that we can start putting cases together, start putting investigations together that will really help out. I mean, the case that I mentioned earlier relating to the organization that was harassing pro-Palestinian protesters, that came to us 100% because of meetings like this. We had a roundtable meeting with leaders of the Muslim community and community members of the Muslim community, and what we were hearing from everybody was that this is an issue. This particular organization is a big issue for their children and for their safety. And so because of those kinds of complaints, we started doing our investigation. And that's why I'm here today. I hope to be making this connection, both so you have a sense of the kinds of cases that we work on, and that we start getting a sense of what are the problems that are facing your community, and how can our office come to your aid. So the biggest challenge is bridging that gap, and it's not easy. It's not, coming to one meeting is often not enough. What we have to do is build bridges, is see each other more than once, and kind of get comfortable with the idea that our office is a place that you can trust to bring your problems to, and that we can help. And our part of that bargain is that we have to be able to deliver. We have to be able to listen to what you're saying and come up with ways, even if they're not the easiest or most obvious way to address the concerns that you're bringing to us. And that's what I hope we can do. Another challenge is when we're working on civil rights issues, especially when we're working on issues related to hate and bias, but this comes up in all kinds of discrimination cases, employment discrimination, all kinds of discrimination cases. What we often need to bring a case forward is cooperation from people who are directly affected by what happened. So from the victims, or the people who were fired, or the people who were harassed on the job or on the street. And that's not easy. It's not easy to be the one who raises your hand and say, I am the member of my community who was discriminated against, and to kind of become the face of that kind of discrimination. It requires an individual level of trust, and also an individual level of courage that understandably not everybody always has. And so working together with groups like yours has been the number one way our office has been able to help bridge this gap. Because when I don't come from your community, and I don't look like I come from your community. I couldn't fake coming from your community. But when we built a relationship together, my office and your community groups, and we're having we're facing an issue that's impacting you in ways that I hadn't previously understood, but we want to do something about. It's that connection that's going to help us bridge the gap, the cultural gap, the linguistic gap sometimes, and the trust gap with folks who have been directly affected, who are going to have to come forward in some way and talk to us and trust us with their stories, which can sometimes be very painful and very difficult stories. And then the last thing, and this is all of those are challenges that we can work on, I can work on, and we can work on together. But one is not going to change, and that is sometimes the law is against us, and the law makes it difficult to bring the kinds of cases that folks would like to see. In my area of work, where I work on issues of hate and bias, one of the primary problems is that nothing that our office can do will eradicate hate or bias from people's hearts. They will feel that hate or bias. Those are issues that they need to work on themselves with therapy or with faith leaders or internally. We can only do so much. We can only protect people from the effects of that. And part of the problem there is that a lot in the United States, a lot of the hate and bias that we see, and that has real difficult, painful effects on people who are targeted, is speech that's protected by the First Amendment. So this is an issue that comes up a lot, where we'll get complaints about people saying hateful things on the internet about a specific group, and unless there's a threat, unless the speech turns into something that's more like action, then the First Amendment is usually going to stop us from bringing any kind of investigation or lawsuit. Now, that doesn't mean that we won't pick up the phone, especially when I'm talking about social media, and call the social media company and say, you have a terms of service that says that you're not going to have hateful conduct or hateful speech on your platform. Yet here it is. Here's a bunch of hateful speech. Here are examples. Can you please take this down, or can you take action? This is your responsibility. And in those cases, we've often gotten the social media companies to do the right thing and act on hateful speech. But we, as an office, we're limited by the First Amendment as to what we can do. And the other thing, and this is again something that relates directly to hate and bias on social media, is that the federal law sets up a lot of protection for social media companies and other internet providers that is just very difficult to get around. So the federal law says that if someone is posted, essentially, I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but I don't know how legal this audience is. I can get into more granular detail if folks have questions. But if someone has posted something on a social media platform The social media company isn't responsible for what that is. Someone could go on a social media platform and post a threat like, I'm going to, shoot this person on the street on this date. And if they did that and the New York Times ran that, the New York Times could be sued for publishing that kind of threatening language. But social media companies can't. So they're just 100% protected by federal law, and it's a real problem. And there are even some decisions that have said that things that social media companies' algorithms do are also protected by federal law. And so there are still conversations we can have with social media companies, as I suggested, and there are still cases we can bring. But it's very difficult. For most of the kinds of complaints we get about hate on social media, for us to take direct action. But anyway, I'm here, and I would love to hear from you about what issues you're facing personally, or folks you've heard, issues you've heard about from your community, to take questions about the Attorney General's office. It doesn't just have to be related to hate crimes. It could be any civil rights issue. I'm also happy to talk about other areas of our office's work where I might have a little bit of familiarity and might not be quite an expert.
So let me just start by thanking you, Mr. Sawyer, for being on, for coming on board and speaking to our students. Most of the people you see on the screen are students that have joined our academy and Humanitarian Aid Academy, and we thank them for being here as well. And we have speakers as well. So, but I wanted to just tell you a little bit about what UNITEDSIKHS does, and then take some questions from the students, if you don't mind.
Great, yeah.
So UNITEDSIKHS is a civil society, United Nations affiliated organization based here in New York. And we engage in we have three directorates or pillars, which are our legal arm, which is called ICRA, International Civil and Human Rights Advocacy. We have the education arm, which is our SEED, which is our community empowerment and education project. And then we have our humanitarian aid, which is the arm of UNITEDSIKHS that goes all over the world wherever there's a disaster, hurricane, an earthquake, and we help survivors with food, water, medical assistance, and etc. So we are a fairly large organization if you look at it from the perspective of that we are at least in 20 regions across the world, but we're kind of we're very small as well, based here in New York. We're the sort of head of the operations, so to speak. But some of the, and I'm the chief legal officer and national legal director, and so me and my team, we work on individual cases and also impact litigation cases. Some of the issues that we're seeing, as you may know, and most of them are state, let's call it state related. Like, for example, the CDL issue, which is the federal rule that has impacted our community to a point where I don't know if you know, but the Sikh community is a community that has for a very long time, maybe even into the late 1800s, has worked in the transportation industry and has always worked in the transportation industry. And so this rule has had a very big impact on the Sikh community. And even in New York, where New York has stopped issuing CDLs based on this rule. And I know that New York has commenced litigation against the FMCSA, and don't want to really get into that, but that's one of the issues I just wanted to bring to your attention, and we can speak more, maybe if we can have a call with you at some other point. The other issue that is affecting our community drastically is the issue of the coupon. As you may or may not know, the Sikh community has 5 Ks. One of them is a coupon, which is a symbolic sword, and or a sword. And the access to public accommodations. Like, let me give you an example. We have cases involving hospitals that don't allow Sikhs to come in and visit their family members. We have cases where Sikhs are being fired from their job and not giving accommodations for Quran here in New York. We have cases all across the nation, but these are just cases in New York. One of the things that we did is one of the campaigns that we have also is we've met with the administrative law judge, the chief administrative law judge, or the administrative law judge, and to really complain about the fact that when a Sikh is called into, for example, jury duty, there's no process really for accommodating a Sikh with a Quran, and understanding, asking a Sikh to, and I don't mean to speak for the Sikh community. We have plenty of people in this group who can do that, but I will say that in our advocacy with the court administration, we have brought to their attention that, and we do this across the country in California and in other states as well, that when a Sikh is called into jury duty, that is a sacred civil right, right? To be a civic right, and to be denied the ability to go into a jury box and perform his civic right is marginalizing an entire community. The other part of that is that any Sikh that comes before a court and demands a jury of his peers is not going to have necessarily a jury of his peers if the Sikh community is marginalized and excluded. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention is turbans for prisoners. We often see that, the turban for a Sikh, and again, there are a lot of people on this call that can really address that issue more profoundly. But, when the state presents a Sikh without a turban, whether convicted or not, the presumption is that the person is going to be rehabilitated, right? The issue of punishment is about rehabilitation, at least here in the United States and in New York. And so presenting a Sikh without a turban is a mar on his dignity, and might as well present him, as I say, naked, right? Because that is essentially what is being done by the state when they present a Sikh without a turban in front of the public in a criminal proceeding. The other thing is speech. You were talking about speech, free speech and censorship. We have, I'm not sure if we have a case here in New York, but we have cases across the nation, and we just got one yesterday, where we have social media, I won't mention which on this call, but we have social media closing accounts for many, many Sikhs, particularly those Sikhs who talk about, and I don't know if you know anything about Khalistan and that self-determination sort of issue, but many Sikhs that we know in organizations that speak on the issue of self-determination for the Sikh community are eventually have their social media closed down. And it's not just closing them down, it's also that they are refusing to provide the proprietary information, right, that is on those websites or on their platforms, right, that belongs to the subscriber back to these individuals. And that's a very big concern. Hate speech. The other thing I want to mention is, the notion that the United States oftentimes, like, for example, and I want to really sort of keep this to New York, right? The notion that broad sedition laws from abroad should never come into our country and sort of impose those laws on citizens, in particular the Sikh community. And I'm talking about transnational repression, as you may or may not know, in part because United Sikhs complained about certain behavior of certain officials. The FBI was able to, unravel a sort of scheme to assassinate Sikhs right here in New York. And so, and part of that I would say is based on this sort of introduction of sedition laws that don't belong here. We have sedition laws. We have free speech. We have a political system that is different from other countries. And because it's happening here in New York is why I'm addressing this to you, Mr. Sawyer. But I'd love to have, our team would love to have a conversation with your office with it's a little more in depth, than this platform allows. So I'm going to go ahead and give the floor to Bhupinder Kaur, who is our director of operations, so she can go ahead and direct any questions from students. And thank you so much again for being here and for joining us.
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks for having me, and I'm happy to have any follow-up meeting we can coordinate on.
Yeah, I really appreciate Yeah, I just actually want to just thank Wanda for 1 second because all of these issues are so, so deeply important to the Sikh community. And having somebody like you, Wanda, on our community side and being able to voice all of these things in areas where our voice can go, I'm like personally so grateful for you because all of these issues, like, as everyone here, can vouch for, at one time in our life, we've faced discrimination, over and over again, and it still continues in 2026. But I just want to thank you for saying all of those things, first and foremost. But I would like to open up the floor for any of our students, or even anyone in the chat. Please type in your questions for Mr. Sawyer. And again, thank you so much, Mr. Sawyer. Please, anybody have any questions? Simran, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer, for the talk. It was very insightful. I had a question. I live very close to the Detroit border, and I've noticed that when I go alone and I cross the border, I get in really easily versus when I go with my dad. Most of the times we're like pulled in and over, and it's really hard to advocate with border officers. And like my father, he very much is a Punjabi man, So would you give like any just, recommendations on how to deal with this and like how to advocate for ourselves? Because it's not like a one-time thing. It's like consistently happening.
Yeah, I mean that's very difficult because at the border the you might know the federal government has kind of far-reaching authority, and it's very difficult. It is a very difficult situation to in which to advocate. I would say that the most important thing is documenting what's happening. I wouldn't say that in the current political environment that complaining about it is going to get you much, unfortunately. But maybe talking to some of your state representatives or politicians who are directly from your state. But what people are going to want to have if you're talking about the mistreatment of your father is something to look at. So, I mean, I think that in some way, sometimes you can certainly inflame a situation by recording it or recording it openly. There are ways, to sort of record interactions discreetly so as not to draw additional attention to yourself. Having written descriptions of what happened that you take contemporaneously and keep taking down the names of people that you see if they're like they have a name badge that's visible and things like that. I think just unfortunately right now the thing to do at the border, I think, is to try to draw as little attention to yourself as possible. But certainly people shouldn't be mistreated, and I think being able to, if there's political will in your state or among like if your state attorney general, I don't know, or among politicians in your state to hold this kind of behavior, hold people accountable for this kind of behavior, or if there comes a time when it's more politically acceptable in the federal level to hold itself accountable. The most important thing is going to be having documentation of everything that happened.
Thank you.
Gavia, please.
Hi, Mr. Sawyer. It's amazing to hear from you. I'm a rising freshman at Claremont McKenna College. And so, kind of similarly to you, I've been working with a lot of like marginalized communities to try to, I don't know how to say this, but I think Similarly to New York, the Bay Area has, the same types of populations. We're a very diverse community. And so I saw a lot of Asian hate during the COVID-19 pandemic. I've also been working with immigrant communities to help immigrants apply for green cards. And so last year we had a turnout. It's an event called Project Citizenship Day. We had a turnout of about 2,000 immigrants. Well, this year we only had 200. And I think a lot of this has to do with the hate that the Trump administration spreads, to almost work backwards from the civil rights we have promoted all these years, to promote diversity that, that's the backbone of America, I believe, our workforce. And so, of course, I'm not an attorney yet. I'm only 18. But how can we continue to promote I guess diversity in America, the safety of people, so people aren't afraid to even go to attorneys to apply for a green card for their citizenship, or walk outside. I mean, I just talked to teachers at schools who have husbands who are not citizens, and they're afraid to leave their houses. And I want to work towards, creating a safe environment. It's so dangerous, and so many people are afraid, and it should not be like that because America's backbone is immigrants. And so I really want to know how you're addressing this and how, we as students can also address it.
Yeah, so our office, I can talk a little bit about what our office has been doing. So we have we have hired up a bunch of people whose only job is working on immigrant protection issues. And unfortunately, there's very little we can do to ICE. Like we can't sue ICE for deporting people or making people afraid. But we can work on other kinds of harassment and fear that immigrant communities are facing. So my office, one of the things that we've been working on is outreach to tenants, because you obviously don't all live in New York, but most of us rent in New York. Most of us rent our apartments, so we're at the whim of our landlords, and it's a very tight housing market. And what we've been seeing is that people who are immigrants have been getting harassed by their landlords, and being asked to pay exorbitant illegal rents, being asked to deal with abysmal conditions, or otherwise the landlord will report them to ICE. So we've been working on investigations to stop that. That's against New York law, and our office is very actively working on that. We also have gotten a mandate from our legislature to look into ways that state databases are being used by Department of Homeland Security to target people, and ways that our databases could be made more secure. So we're working on, that's another issue I'm personally working on, and we have a report forthcoming. But I guess what could you do? So one of the nice things about, people will talk about ways that the United States is exceptional. It's not. There's a lot of ways in which it's not exceptional, but one way in which it definitely is the dual sovereignty of states and the federal government. So if you live in a state like California, where you have an attorney general who has a different set of political beliefs and obligations and orientation than the federal government, you can go to your state government and see if they can help, because we're dying to help communities like yours, and we're dying to help people who feel afraid of leaving their homes and thinking creatively about ways to do it. We have resources. I mean, the federal government has been bleeding expertise, and where has all that expertise gone? They've all been hired by offices like mine. They're all in the state attorney general's offices now. So don't hesitate to come to meetings like this, to talk to advocacy groups, and if you're in a state where your elected officials support immigrants, don't be afraid to call elected officials and say, how can you help us? what what are you doing to help us, and how get more information, get more involved, and make those connections.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just had one more follow-up question.
Sure.
Kind of like you said, like you're like, there's nothing much we can do. And I mean, I've spoken to local politicians, Congressman Ro Khanna, Congressman Sam Liccardo, about these issues, but it's so unright and unjust. I don't think it's legal for them to like misinterpret or not understand who they're killing. Again, like recently in Maine, right? Or Renee Good, they're just shooting people, they're detaining people, they're unjustly doing so. So isn't there more we can do legally? I feel like
there is. That's a very good question. So our state passed a law that or I can't remember, I'm sorry, I wasn't fully prepared for this question. So I can't remember if we passed it or if it's something that has gotten pretty far in the legislature, but that would create a way for people who've been who have been injured or seen their family members injured by ICE agents to bring a lawsuit in state court against the ICE agent, not against ICE, but against the person who committed the wrongdoing. I think there are probably folks on the other side who would say that this law is not constitutional. We certainly think that it is, and we have, and there are arguments, very strong arguments, that holding officers accountable for misconduct that they do, even if they happen to also be working for the federal government, is possible. So I don't know what the status is in California. I know California was considering a law like this. Get laws like that passed. Agitate, go to city council. One of the things that with the shooting in Houston, the first response by all the people in Houston City Hall was, nothing we can do about it. ICE was doing its job. Like, we might not agree with how this turned out, but it's the federal government. We're just the city of Houston. And then people started showing up at city council meetings and saying, are you kidding me? Like there's just a green light to shoot people on the streets of Houston just because that happens to be part of an immigration operation. That's ridiculous. And the city did it 180, and now they're saying that they're going to investigate it. Now they're making subpoenas. So that wasn't what the city wanted to do. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it's what the people asked for.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's disheartening when politicians or members of our government say there's nothing we can do. I mean, during the Super Bowl, ICE claimed to put presence by the Levi Stadium, and the Congressman Ro Khanna stood outside the Levi Stadium. Mayor Matt Mahan in San Jose also works to protect our area. So I hope that we can continue seeing more politicians and people in power be the one to stand there rather than delegating or saying there's nothing we can do, because there's always something we can do. And really inspiring to hear that you're also working towards that and not saying there's nothing we can do. So thank you so much.
Yeah. I mean, there's a balance when you're working for the government and tempering expectations and then trying to, but as a person who's worked, I've only worked in government for 5 years, but it feels like much longer than that. But one of the things that makes me happiest is when community members push me and say, really, are you sure that's all you can do? Because I mean, I need that because you've seen it. Your representatives are great representatives, but they need pushing. It's just the easiest thing in the world is to say, this is too hard, I don't know how to do it. And it's community members coming forward and saying, well, we need you to figure out how. And this really means something to us.
Yeah,
because
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Those are really amazing questions, Kavya. Thank you. Any other questions?
I had a question. Thank you again so much for coming today. I learned so much from this conversation, and I was just wondering how your office helps protect the right to peaceful protests in New York, or if that's an area that you're involved in.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah. So our office does do investigations of police responses to protests, and we've had a lot of success. So in the NYPD had a completely unconstitutional response to the George Floyd protests in 2020, for example. And our office did a massive investigation, talked to thousands of people, and brought a federal lawsuit. And we were able to get the city of New York to agree to a whole bunch of changes to how they police protests. Now, have all those changes been implemented, perfectly to our satisfaction? Not yet. I mean, there's New York, the city still has problems, but we're certainly, that's something we certainly have seen a lot of change on. I worked on a much smaller case in the city of Saratoga Springs, which is kind of a resort city north of Albany, very, very far north of New York City, where Black Lives Matter protesters had been targeted by city council members who were telling the police, go arrest these people because we don't like their message. And we did an investigation. I took 12 depositions of police officers and city officials, and we were able to enter a settlement agreement with them where they've completely changed the way that they police First Amendment activity, both at protests and at city council meetings. And I'm in regular discussions with their lawyers every time there's an event to make sure that First Amendment rights are being protected. And they've really changed their behavior in the last couple of years. It's been outstanding. As someone who came from the private practice world where I was suing on behalf of clients, I often was skeptical, like, do these government settlement agreements work? But I've seen this one work. So it's a big challenge. We are a big state. There's lots of little police office departments all over the place that don't really fully understand the First Amendment. And then we have a really big one in New York City that's had historic problems understanding the First Amendment. So, but it's definitely something our office works on. I don't know if this is something that AG's offices work on nationwide, but certainly some have. And if you're not in New York and you wanted to talk to your AG's office about how to do one of these cases, I can send you the case law for our NYPD case, and they can kind of see the blueprint.
Thank you so much.
I have a question, Mr. Sawyer. One of the difficulties that our organization is having, or our legal unit is having, is sort of drafting. I mentioned that we have cases involving public accommodation, private places of public accommodation, and we're having and we need a little bit of assistance. And I'm wondering if your office could help us. Many of these owners of these properties are willing to enter into, sort of create policies, right, that accommodate the Quran. Without filing a complaint, would that be something your office could assist us with?
Yeah. I mean, if it's a New York based, yes, we do. Absolutely. We do investigations. We issue subpoenas before we even file a complaint. And I would say in the Civil Rights Bureau, the vast majority of our cases settle before litigation.
Great, thank you so much. we're going to hopefully reach out to you and see. We haven't, they've been a little bit of, I think the difficulty is not that they're not willing, there's not the will to do it, it's just how to do it in a way, create a policy that they can implement and can do both sides, right? They're protecting their interest and also, sort of complying. So I appreciate that. And I'm certainly, my staff will certainly reach out to you on that issue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I look forward to talking about it more.
Well, if there are any other last minute questions, our next speaker has arrived already. So
well,
maybe
thank you all for
onward.
having me and for the very thoughtful questions. I hope this has been, I hope you learned a little something, but I'll just reiterate as my final message, keep pushing us, keep pushing government to get what you want. And that's the only way is to show up and be a nuisance. But thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Sawyer. We really appreciate you and your office coming on and teaching our students a little bit about their civic obligations and responsibilities. Thank you. Have a good day.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank
You're free to
you.
stay on, by the way, if you're
Oh, thank
interested
you.
in.
I have another meeting I have to jump to, but I appreciate the offer.
Thank
Take
you.
care, everybody.
Thank you so much. Well, our next speaker is here. Sandeep Singh Birji, are you audible? There you are. So nice to see you, Birji. Thank you so much. Welcome to the UNITEDSIKHS Summit. Wanda, would you please give us a brief introduction?
Hi. Okay, so I'm again Wanda Sanchez Day. I'm the Chief Legal Officer here at United Sikhs and National Legal Director. I lead the organization's ICHRA unit, and with me is Mr. Sandeep Singh, who is from Indiana. He's an attorney with Riley and Cates. And we have been working on some of the commercial driver's license issues in Indiana with Mr. Singh in his office, and I'm so happy to welcome you here, Sandeep, and thank you for coming on board and to talking to us about these issues. Sandeep is going to begin by giving sort of an overall, sort of explanation of the history of this CDL issue, stemming back from August of 2025 till now. And then I will sort of fill in a little bit about what litigation is occurring around that issue, around the CDL issues across the nation. And then we'll take some questions.
Yes, thanks, Wanda. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you to the UNITEDSIKHS. It's been great getting to work with UNITEDSIKHS, especially with the legal team, with Wanda and assistance for Bhupinder on the CDL issue, because it's central, right? A lot of my clients, I do a lot of criminal defense, civil litigation, and a vast majority of my clients are truck drivers. And a vast majority of the community that I serve are immigrants, rather. And a lot of them have non-domiciled CDLs. So a lot of my clients were impacted directly, financially impacted, which ultimately resulted in, could they keep me on as a lawyer, right? So I'm very appreciative of UNITEDSIKHS taking on this initiative and involving me and my firm in helping in any way we can. So ultimately, this started with with the administration that's currently at the national level with the FMSA rules, and in Indiana, it really took shape April 1st of this year. It was extremely fast on the impact and the enforcement. So I believe, Wanda, you have the more specific details, but March 16th was when the rule was proposed and all finalized, and April 1st, Indiana adopted that federal rule and revoked the CDL license, the non-domicile CDL licenses. Um, so from there, we got involved trying to find a way to see if there's a way of challenging the what we believed was the discriminatory revocation of the licenses. And we're still tracking down the legal arguments on that. But we have not been successful to date in challenging in Indiana. But that's where I'll leave it with a general overview, but happy to go into details.
So let me just fill in a little bit, Sandeep. So for those of you who don't know what the CDL issue is across the nation, in September of 2025, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, which is part of the United States Department of Transportation, issued an interim rule. In that interim rule, it mandated that anyone that was not a legal permanent resident in the country, and anyone who is not a citizen and did not have a certain category of immigrant visa, okay, could not apply for or obtain or maintain a commercial driver license. This came on the heels of an accident that occurred in Florida, which we are co-counsel on as well. UNITEDSIKHS is co-counsel on that case as well. And where a young man made a U-turn, and what followed were, tragic, a very tragic accident. And there was a lot of politicizing around that case. The lieutenant governor of Florida made a very big show on social media of physically going on the state's plane, on a plane, and going and arresting the individual who was the driver who was engaged in that crash. And I won't speak any more about that case, except to say that's the case that is being used by the current administration to sort of spur this sort of public outcry, so that they can engage in this behavior of excluding entire communities from work, and from this work that they have been doing for a very long time. The final rule was adopted. There was litigations following the September interim rule in Washington, D.C., in the appellate court in Washington, D.C. While that case was pending, and after the court had issued what's called a temporary restraining order, meaning that the administration could not enforce that September interim rule, the administration went ahead and issued a final rule on February 11th of 2026. That rule was also challenged in federal court in DC, in the appellate court in DC. It's still pending. That case is still pending, but the administration is enforcing, as of March 16th of 2026, as Sundeep pointed out, the rule that if you are not a LPR, if you are not a citizen, and you are not one of the visa categories noted which doesn't apply to most people, because it's really visas that are given to folks who come for example, seasonal workers, agricultural workers, for example, or I believe they're investors of some kind. So it doesn't really apply to most folks, including DACA. If you don't know what DACA is, just stop me and I'll explain. But DACA, temporary, what is it? Asylum seekers, which
Deferred
is really
action for childhood arrival.
Deferred, correct. That's what a DACA is, deferred action. So that's in a shell what has been happening on the state level. On the state level, some states have embraced this rule, right? And so what they were doing is, once the September 2025 interim rule went into effect, they started to cancel and confiscate CDL licenses for anyone that wasn't an LPR or a citizen, or one of those categories of visas that could continue. That included thousands upon thousands of people, many of them belonging to the Sikh community, unfortunately. And so what UNITEDSIKHS and Sundeep's office were trying to do in Indiana, for example, is we tried to raise awareness with other nonprofit organizations in Indiana, and tried to see a way, because let me just say this about states. Some states actually created law, right, or legislation, right, to enforce within their own boundaries these federal rules. Some of them went even beyond what the federal rules were mandated, like, for example, imposing thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in penalties in criminal and maybe not criminal, but for sure, but certainly for civil penalties on folks who either aided or in some way or someone in getting a CDL license that was not entitled to one. So, and across the board, Texas has had, some legislation. The only state that I know of that has not fully folded under federal pressure, because the way that the federal government is pressuring these states to do these things to cancel and confiscate CDL licenses of people who had licenses before the rule went into effect. And let me add that the rule is not retroactive. The rule is only proactive, meaning that it only applies if the effective date was March 16th of 2026, it only applies after March 6th. But the rule has been implemented before that, because we know that because we have had Bhupinder and I and other folks here at UNITEDSIKHS have had meetings with community meetings in California and other places in New York and other places where we hear from people that even before the March 16th, 2026 effective date of the rule, states were confiscating their CDL licenses and leaving them unemployed, in essence. There are several lawsuits trying to challenge that rule. As I mentioned, the appellate court in DC has there's a pending lawsuit in Washington DC challenging the constitutionality and other that rule on constitutional grounds and other grounds, which I won't get into there. It's taking you into the weeds. So, that rule, there's a September, I believe there's a September hearing. We are all gathering and mustering as much support from the community to land on DC. If you're interested in coming, please reach out to Bhupinder or me or someone on our team. We are going to go, and by the way, UNITEDSIKHS is also a signatory to an amicus brief where we support the petitioners who are, by the way, that hundreds of municipalities who have joined the petitioners in that case to tell the court that they should rule against the FMCSA rule. So if you're interested in coming to Washington, D.C. In September, please let me know, or let Bhupinder know, or let someone in the team know. Some of the challenges too, and I said I wouldn't get into, but I think if they're getting into the legal claims and the legal challenges are, and I think the most significant one is the lack of reasoned decision making. The fact that they failed to establish a rational relationship between immigration, the immigration status and highway safety of these individuals who have lost their licenses is something that I think that, you know, that the courts are reviewing. The failure to adequately analyze workforce consequences of the rule, the failure to consider less restrictive alternatives is also an issue. Whether they have even a statutory authority, and that would probably get me into, you know, how laws are made, and I'm not going to do that. But just to tell you that when an agency acts, they can only act if the legislation that was passed in the case of a federal agency that was passed by Congress gives them the authority, and that is being challenged as well, whether they have that authority. Procedural violations, including the inadequate notice and common procedures for passing the rule, reliance on unsupported factual findings, and insufficient economic analysis are all issues that are being challenged, or how the regulations are being challenged. From the state level, we are, you know, we've engaged in sort of constant advocacy that at minimum, these folks should have had a hearing before an impartial arbiter. I mean, when your life and your livelihood and your family and your ability to pay your rent and your ability to survive, right, in essence, because, you know, and your job are at stake, both the federal and state constitutions protect property rights. And so part of protecting property rights, and I think the Supreme Court has also held in a case called Bell, that a driver's license is a property right. And so the fact that the administration has taken this property right from folks who already had licenses, we're not talking about people who could apply after March 16th, right? We're talking about people who already had licenses and taking those licenses without giving them a fair hearing. Why is a fair hearing important, you might ask? Well, a fair hearing might have shown that this individual has a history of, you know, driver's history of, let's say, 5 years only, because you know what, he was 16 5 years ago, and now he's, you know, he's of age. Let's say, for example, he could have had maybe he could have had a license at 16, but anyway, you understand the point that, you know, and simply because he is who he is, meaning a person without you know, citizenship or legal permanent resident status in this country, doesn't mean he is an unsafe driver. Anyway, I want to go into a little bit in deep, and I'll, you know what, I'll pause here in case there's something you'd like to say as well. And then I'll go into what United
So,
States has been doing.
related to Indiana, so the Indiana House and Rule Act, it was 1200, which models the final rule that was made effective by the federals March 16th. So it's effectively modeling that, but Indiana actually went even further. And Indiana included that any applicants for commercial driver licenses, they have to demonstrate an English proficiency. So they have to pass the CDL knowledge and skills examination in English. And part of that is, that's their logic for highway safety. If you're gonna drive our roads, you should know English, right? And be able to communicate that with law enforcement. And that went into effect, I believe it was July 1st. So that's a very recent one. And when we talked about the penalties, Rwanda talked about the penalties in Indiana, the penalty for violating or hiring a non-domiciled CDL license to drive for your company is a fine of up to $50,000. So these employers are facing severe pressure, right, to vet their employees and make sure that they comply with the law. Whether it's unconstitutional or not, that's to be determined by the courts. But in the meantime, right now, I have a lot of employer clients that are struggling to find truck drivers. I mean, that leads to the shortage, right? I mean, America runs on trucks. Indiana is the crossroads of America, and we have shortages now with truck drivers. Um, so, I mean, my dad is a truck driver. He's a U.S. citizen, but certainly a lot of his friends that he knows, they are not on the road anymore because they don't fit the category, right? Indiana requires you to be U.S. citizen, be a LP, lawful permanent residence, or if you're not a lawful permanent residence, I think there's only like two or three categories of visas, H2A, H2B, and an E2 visa. So like these are very specific authorized visas that allow you to have a CDL and be able to drive. Just recently, I had a client that was submitting his employment authorization document, an EAD, which is a work permit, and that sufficed as proof, right? You can obtain a CDL based on that ground. Indiana no longer accepts just the work permit. They need more proof of your immigration status and qualification for a CDL license. So Indiana has certainly adopted the federal rule, but has also implemented more restrictions, and it's more difficult to get a CDL uh, in Indiana if you are an immigrant. The only thing I will add in terms of the legal stuff is, there's when Wanda and we were in discussions with some people here in Indiana, some government officials. The issue that we encountered is the fact that Indiana has passed this law in a certain way, right? They were smart about it, right? That it makes it difficult to challenge on equal protection grounds. They weren't just singling out the Sikh community, right? There was a previous case in Indiana where a Pacific community was being adversely impacted by a law. Here it's across the board, right? It's across the board, does not matter. If you don't fit these categories, you do not get a CDL. And that makes it tougher to challenge on the 14th Amendment equal protection ground. And I'll stop there because I see there's a question.
Contributor, this is just Balkor. I think we spoke briefly during this whole Indiana situation. We were on calls every day. My question is, are there any numbers about the impact of all of the license cancellations on the economy, on the trucking industry, on the products that the truckers were delivering, and how are the states managing that impact of the shortage in drivers or the sudden decrease in productivity in trucking, and um, how are they managing or at least explaining that? And with that impact, do you feel like they're going to soften the rules to allow drivers back in. I guess I have two-part question. And since they canceled everyone's license, have the roads gotten any safer? Is there any data or evidence to, back up that or make their rulings, be a good thing?
That's an excellent question, Jasper. And I wish I had the stats available. I think the concern is the fact that this is so recent, right? I mean, I know it's for some, it's like it's the end of the world for them. It's a long, long nightmare. But for us, like in terms of legal scholars and other research analysis that they do, April 1st for Indiana, right? April 1st up until now, I don't think there could be um, any data gathered on that. But I can just tell from my on my side, like with my the cost of goods are gone up, right? I mean, it's more expensive. These companies are going to have to pay, or these brokers are going to have to pay these truckers, right? The demand is high, so then the cost goes up too. And we've seen, the fuel cost is also increasing. That may be related to other factors, but um, there's more availability. So my dad is busier now because there's more availability for loads. Brokers are paying higher, which may be a good thing for people that have, their self-interest in mind where they get more money. But ultimately, on a larger scale, the more you pay a truck driver to carry the load, the higher your price is, the higher your price merchandise is that's delivered at the stores.
Yeah, have you or do you know?
Can I just
Yeah.
Just a second, like because we have a presentation that we want to get through, and I just want to address some of the questions that you have because I think they're very important and they're actually bring us back to the presentation that we have. Just also if you can hold on to your question for just a
Sure.
second. I do want to address the 4 points that you made because they were part of the presentation anyway. In terms of like numbers and data, I agree with Sandeep that this is what UNITEDSIKHS and others in collaboration with others, like for example, some of the professors that we engage with, including in this summit, can help us, sort of do right with, and I know that we have our plate full, and but these are projects that we can absolutely sort of engage in, managing or how the industry is managing. I think UNITEDSIKHS at some point put out a PR on the fact that California has just lifted its ban on auto trucks. Do you remember that, Bisbal? And so, this might be a movement in that direction. Maybe not in the immediate future, but certainly in the long run, to have automated trucks replace some of these workers. So, with respect to softening the rules, UNITEDSIKHS just put out a PR today. After a meeting on Thursday with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration leaders, and it was a meeting of the Sikh community with the folks who wrote the rule and who are enforcing the rules and who are with respect to softening the rules, this is what we recommended. Let's call it recommended because in reality we were demanding. Suspend CDL cancellations affecting drivers holding unexpired licenses issued before March 16, 2026 was one of the demands. Pending individualized due process review. Clarify acceptable documentation standards and direct DMV to recognize valid USCSI documentation demonstrating continued lawful status and employment authorization, including Form 797, which is proof of lawful presence. Conduct a transparent, evidence-based analysis of the 2026 rules workforce, economic and highway safety impact before expanding or continuing implementation of the rule. Issue nationwide uniform application procedures that states must follow to ensure consistent application of CDL eligibility standards. And that really speaks to what Sandeep has been talking about Indiana and how Indiana has passed legislation that is in many ways very more restrictive than the federal rule. Publicly affirmed, and this is the other thing, and it doesn't really go to your question about softening the rule, but I want to add that United Sikhs and the United Sikhs and the Sikh community leaders at this meeting called upon the FMCSA to issue a public statement that that objective safety performance, that the agency has not identified empirical evidence linking immigration status or national origin to increase highway safety risks. So those are some of the ways that we have asked the federal administration to soften, in a way, the rule. We haven't gotten a response. The letter went out on Monday. We will keep you informed about what that means. Now, whether or not the highways are safer, don't know if you saw that either yesterday or today, an individual who had been Sikh, well, Jaspal, I think you shared it with the group this morning, that individual got 4 years, 4 years and 8 months sentence for a traffic accident. So anyway, so if is it getting safer? Again, I think I agree with Sandeep that it's more about it's going to take scholars doing this, because the government's certainly not going to do it for us. I want to then just, Paul, if you don't mind, I want to just go into United Sikhs and what United Sikhs lawsuits have been are about, and why we brought the lawsuits and what they mean. United Sikhs commenced writs of mandamus in California. Writ of mandamus is a case that's begun sort of asking the court to mandate that a particular agency carry out its administrative duties that are not discretionary, meaning that they are obligated to engage or to the agency is obligated to do something. It has a duty to do something, and it's not doing it. And so we brought at least two, or we may consider bringing some appeals in other cases, but we brought two individual cases in which the first one was the petitioner alleges that the California DMV denied him a CDL license, although he's a legal permanent resident. And the reason for that is because California is interpreting the new FMCSA rules to say that, as Sundeep pointed out, that they cannot just accept a work permit. There are certain documents that are written into the rule, right? That the DMV can accept as proof of your not only of your legal permanent status, but or your legal presence in the country, but also your ability to work, right? And they're not accepting immigration documents that are issued by the USCSI as proof of your legal presence. And that to us seemed like very arbitrary and capricious behavior on the part of the DMV in California. And so we commenced a writ. That writ is still pending. We will keep you informed. The second writ that we filed is a writ that challenges the California's cancellations of a California CDL holder's license prior to March 16th of 2026 without due process, meaning without a hearing, without giving the individual the opportunity to show that he has and has always had legal permanent status in the United States, and that an administrative error on the part of the DMV doesn't negate that or his eligibility. So those are the two cases that the United States is actually working on with counsel in California. As Sundeep said, we tried to, there's another case by other organizations that we have also filed amicus briefs in support of. One of them is a class action in California challenging California's cancellation of licenses on various grounds, which I won't get into. I think that, and in terms of getting in softening the rule, and just Paul's question about softening the rule, unfortunately, the way that unless the court in Washington, D.C., which is the appellate court, looking at whether or not to invalidate the FMCSA rule that excludes immigrants from holding a CDL license, holds that that rule is unconstitutional. There's not much that we can do until maybe there's another administration willing to pull back that regulation. So we're waiting for this. We're waiting urgently for this September hearing. I encourage you all to come to DC if you can. If you're particularly if you're within a train's ride that you can come home the same day. To come out and support the teachers, support the municipalities who have all sided with in a way with the Sikh community by bringing this lawsuit. Because it's really the only way that this administration will stop and issue these licenses unless UNITEDSIKHS is able to convince them with their little letter to do all the things we demanded, which I don't think is going to happen, but we gave it a good shot and a good try. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the floor to questions, to more questions, and Jaspal gets, please, Bhupinder, Jaspal can get first dibs on her question. That would be great. I'm going to mute myself.
Thank you, Wanda. So I guess the other part of my question is if people in the trucking industry have seen sort of a surge of the in quotes qualified people come forward to flood the trucking schools or the job postings to fill the gap of all the immigrant cancellations. Is it working? I mean, is it working for the goal that they wanted?
I think that the administration might say, what do you say, Sandeep? I think the administration might say, yes, it's working. And in fact, in our meeting on last Thursday with them, they didn't talk much because for obvious reasons, they are in the midst of litigation. And so they don't want to talk to, and they knew that there were a lot of lawyers in the group, and particularly lawyers that are litigating specifically against them. So they kind of, but I think they had this attitude that, yes, they believe that they're doing the right thing, and they believe, they believe they're doing the right thing, and they believe that they're right. And one of the things they said, one of the questions that came out of the group was, Mr. So-and-so, anyway, I'll let Sandeep answer. Go ahead.
I think it's working in the sense of the political narrative, right, that the administration has put out, which is toughen the border, secure our borders, right? I don't know if the regular American blue collar worker is wanting to get on a truck and be away from family. I mean, my dad is away 4 or 5 days out of the week. I don't think the regular blue collar U.S. citizen American worker wants to do that. So
at 30, let me just interrupt you, Sandeep. I just spoke to someone who said he makes 32 cents an hour, 32 cents a mile. You calculate what that means.
That is, I mean, that's unfortunately embarrassing for whoever is taking that job, because I know my clients, because I represented a company that had over 100 non-domicile CDLs, and now they're down to 2 employees. They were paying their non-domicile CDLs 64 cents a mile minimum, and some were as high as 72 cents a mile.
So during the whole the Florida U-turn incident and a couple of subsequent accidents, and when this whole thing started, Bhupinder and I, the UNITEDSIKHS, we were kind of monitoring social media, and there were a lot of truckers from different backgrounds, coming on and expressing their anger towards some of the immigrant drivers and the, low standard of, rates that they're accepting, or just their behavior or manners or whatever. And so there was a lot of outrage about them immigrants taking our jobs, and the type of status, I guess, that the immigrants have left the industry in. And so what we observed was a lot of anger toward the wrong people in the industry, kind of messing up the industry for the others. And so I expected from all of that anger and response, the right people to get into the industry and take it over, because it felt like there was a lot of people who wanted to get in there and take back their jobs and do it right for the right amount of pay, and kind of fix the industry from the inside out. So I wanted to know if there's any observation of that happening. Is it turning around, or was this just an undercover way of doing more mass deportations, of people self-deporting when they're out of work?
I mean, those are excellent points, just well, I mean, me personally, I can only give my personal opinion. I don't think it's working, right? I don't think these individuals are trying to fix the system from inside out, and they're actually taking these jobs. It's very similar to the gas station industry, right? I also represent a lot of gas station owners, and the same this $50,000 civil penalty for truckers, right? The CDL, it's also applicable to employers that hire undocumented employees. A lot of gas stations in Indiana hire or pay immigrants on cash, and that saves them. It's illegal, in Indiana, and now there's a $50,000 penalty if you do that. And now all these owners of gas stations have fired these individuals, and they're trying to find employees. I mean, no one's applying for these gas station jobs. It was the same narrative with how President Trump put about the Mexicans crossing the border and trying to toughen up the southern border, and who's going to do the landscaping jobs, right? Has that been filled? And if it has, I can tell you, you're paying way more now. So, I mean, for me, I don't think the workforce has benefited with these policies.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I want to
Kevin?
add that I don't want to. I don't want to sort of read into or more than necessary, right? But I think it's always important to understand what the other side is saying. And I had an opportunity to ask the FMCSA, you're talking about safety, right? You're talking about, sort of, the state's interest in all this is safety. Then why are you withholding highway safety funding from the states, right? In New York alone, there's a $73 million withholding of money that should have gone into, fixing potholes and, after a very harsh winter. I can tell you my car, I had a $5,000, car, sort of bill because my car fell into a huge pothole, which I haven't seen in living in New York in 20 years. And I said, look, these are realities that, that you have to consider. And the response really that I got, was we have to hold states, to following the rules. That they feel that this withholding of money is a way that they're forcing states to follow the rules, because what they're also saying is that they want the states to be, they want the CDL scheme to be uniform across states so that there is no difference between California and New York, and people in the states in between. Okay. So that's what they're saying. Is it true? Well, we challenged that in that meeting by saying, you want uniformity, but you're doing nothing about the lack of uniformity. For example, what Sandeep is talking about when he says that Indiana has implemented, or the Indiana legislature is legislating around CDL issues that and immigration issues for that matter, right? And the federal government's okay with that. Well, how do you have uniformity if the state legislature in Indiana is making its own rules about CDL, right? Texas is making its own rules about CDL. New York is making its own rules about CDL. Ohio, all of these states, Florida, all making rules about CDLs, right? That don't apply well. So if I'm from New York and I'm traveling to Ohio, how do I know what rule applies, right? If I have to look at the federal and I have to look at the state, and then maybe even localities are creating policies and that sort of around the CDL issue, which belongs. Remember, I said earlier on that Congress makes laws, right? The agencies are meant to enforce those laws. And they enforce those laws strictly. Strictly. They can't add They can't take away. They have to enforce the law as Congress wrote them. And so when you have these states all sort of making these rules, right? There's also a concept of preemption. When the federal government, right, under, for example, in this case, it's the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, which says that only Congress can regulate commerce between states. So if you have all these states creating, in essence, drafting and passing all of this legislation that impedes that commerce, or for example, if I'm in New York and I'm going through, through Indiana, and Indiana's state law says that I can be arrested because, they may think that I don't know, that I'm somebody hired me, against their rule or something like that, and arrest me. That's interfering with commerce, right? In a way that Congress didn't intend, because Congress didn't write that legislation. Anyway, moving.
Well, thank you so much, Wanda. I want to make sure that all of our students get a chance to speak. Just got in you first,
Rupinder,
and Simran, then Dakshit, please.
Rupinder, please. I'm also trying to get as much information, and we still have a presentation to go. So if you don't mind, there are other things I need to say, and then we can open the floor to students. Can we do that? I know that we have Jessica and Simran and the sheet waiting, but I just want to say Sandeep, and give Sandeep an opportunity to also complete his presentation. Do you have anything further?
I do not want to. No.
Thank you.
Please go on.
So, I'll regulate the questions, Rupinder, if you don't mind. So I guess the next one is just Karan Singh.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Sorry that I cannot be on the camera right now because due to my workplace stuff like that. But I really appreciate the United Teams team, like they are on this matter from the first day. But I have like a couple of questions over here. Like first question is like, what support you are guys getting from the companies on this matter? Like, like it's not about the drivers only, but like the companies are also losing the drivers and everything, so they need the drivers too, and we don't have like specific amount of the drivers. So what type of support you're getting from the companies? Second question is like when we have a COVID pandemic, we do have like unemployment check which has been given to the persons who are not working, and at this matter, like we are having the drivers who are paying the taxes and everything. Do you think is there any way they can get unemployment or anything? And if they do get it, like is there like going to be any problems for them? And the last question is, I have a couple of drivers who are like almost left with like a couple of months that their license are going to be renewed. So is there any way we can help them or anything?
Can you repeat again? You said something about drivers getting money. I didn't quite hear you. Can you repeat your question?
Okay, so my question is like during the COVID pandemic, the persons who are not working, they do get the unemployment check, stuff like that. And our drivers who are working right now, they are paying the tax and everything. So do you think is there any way the one who does not have the license right now, like is there any way they can get any unemployment with the help of their pay tax or anything or something like that?
So I will answer the unemployment question if you don't mind, Sandeep, and then you can go into the other questions that he has. Let me just answer that. One of the things that UNITEDSIKHS did at the beginning of this event was sort of analyze the issue of whether some of these drivers who had suffered cancellations of their licenses could apply for unemployment. And what we found was that the majority of the folks that we were talking to are folks that were self-employed. Generally, if you're self-employed and you don't pay into the state tax system, then you're not eligible for unemployment. But if you work, for example, if you work for, let's say, CR England or one of these big companies, right? They should have or somebody, or as Sandeep pointed out, someone who might have who has a company, right? And you were an employee of that person, but they were paying you cash, for example. You can go and probably file some kind of complaint, and you should really speak to an attorney before doing that in your particular state, because state unemployment is generally different across the various states, but those are two reasons why you might want to approach your Department of Labor in your state and ask whether or not you're eligible, right? And so, but for the most part, most people who are self-employed, for example, a single person just working, has a license and is just working and working independently. And for example, has their own truck, right? And there's no way to show an employment relationship, right? Which is why we're saying go to the Department of Labor, because the Department of Labor might determine that, guess what, that company was your employer, that you're not self-employed, right? So all questions that should be asked should be directed to the Department of Labor in your particular state about eligibility for unemployment.
Yeah, and to take on the other two questions, just Karan, great questions. In terms of support from companies, 100%. I mean, because they're at a loss too, because they don't operate, the companies can't operate if there's no truckers. So we have gotten support. What we have not, and I'm not sure, I can't speak to UNITEDSIKHS. Financially, I'm not sure if they've supported. They've voiced their concerns, and we've listened. I've certainly listened. But I have not, I mean, I don't think they have paid for a lawyer to advocate this position. Certainly not my firm. Um, and we appreciate that. I mean, raising awareness and having a dog in the fight is important. And for renewing licenses, I think, that was part of the challenge that Wanda and UNITEDSIKHS were encountering was what about these people that didn't receive a license and their renewal or their expiration date is in 6 months or 8 months or 9 months. Under Indiana, you're not getting renewed if you're a non-domiciled CDL, which is unfortunate because you could have just gotten your license. You would have paid thousands for trucking school, and then this regulation, this law was passed, and now you cannot renew or obtain your license.
Got it, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
So, Simran?
Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. First off, I'd like to say thank you for all the work you're doing for the community. It's very admirable. I had just like a social media observation. I don't know if you guys are aware, but there was a crash in Kings County, Nova Scotia, and it was an illegal U-turn as well. And it's alleged that like the driver was white. And like just if you see the comparison in those comments versus, for example, today's sentencing of Jashandeep Singh happened in like Ontario, California. So like just the difference, like this was both are illegal actions. I'm not sure on like the nitty-gritty details, but all I'm sure on is when like this, like just like the duality of social media, that this case is very similar to the Florida case that you were mentioning, like it's an illegal U-turn and actually two people are dead and 4 are injured. So I just wanted to bring like that observation that, it's unfair. And whatever they want to say that they're not targeting the Sikh community or anything like that, it's just unfair.
Yeah, one of the things that UNITEDSIKHS also did was we put out a PR, a press release, and social media information about the DOT's, the United States Department of Transportation's own data about crashes and specifically fatal crashes. And we tried to see, they don't, for obvious reasons, they don't really, they don't tell you the nationality or the, of the person, right, or the driver or anything like that. So it's really hard to really determine. But if it's hard for us to determine, it's also hard for them to determine that, right? But our argument is, look, you've been keeping this data. You've been keeping this data of like, and we're not talking about 2 or 3 a year. We're talking about 400, 400,000 accidents a year, and so many of them fatalities, which the U.S. DOT keeps track of, and you can look it up on their U.S. on their website. And to say that, to ignore their own data and say that, the immigrant community is at fault for a lot of these risks is hypocritical in my mind, because you have the data that says that can show, where these crashes are happening, and whether, you have the data and you're not using it.
I hope that
Yeah,
answers your question.
yeah,
I hope
Simran.
that answers your question, Simran.
Yeah, it's a great observation. I mean, we've seen it in terms of whenever there's a shooting or an attack, if it's a brown person, terrorist, if it's a white person, mentally disturbed, tough upbringing, right? It's the same narrative. And I mean, I have these case files. These are my important cases. I have one Punjabi that was he killed someone because he was speeding. But I also have another client who's white who was drunk and killed someone. And the media attention and the hatred that I got as a lawyer representing the Punjabi was obnoxious compared to the person that was drinking and driving and killed someone. So I, as a lawyer, I represent someone that just made the decision to speed up because they were trying to maneuver their way around. No alcohol, no drugs, 10 a.m. Way more publicity, way more hatred. And then we have an American U.S. citizen who was drinking and driving at 3 a.m. that killed someone. And no news coverage, no issue with me representing that individual.
Yeah, I think just like the level of like rising xenophobia in America is insane because like personally my mom was also telling me that like there was a head-on truck collision in which like our family members like they passed away and they're a Punjabi person and there's no media coverage about this case at all and it's just really sad and also like if you just look all around the world it's a rising issue everywhere and like overall thank you for bringing attention to the issue in America, and you guys are doing amazing work. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that. So our next question is from Dutch Deep, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Deep. Can you pronounce your name for us?
Yeah, my name is Dakshdeep Singh, and Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh to everybody. So, Baiji, my question is like, since we're heading away from equilibrium in the market, people who have held non-domicile CDLs in the past still hope that they'll be able to renew their licenses in the future. And do you think that it's a good possibility in the near future that they'll be able to drive their trucks that may be sitting idle in their truck yards? Or is the government just paving way for self-driving, autonomous trucking industry?
I think to what has Wanda reiterated, all eyes are on the DC appeal court currently. And the hope is if the next administration is not is a Democrat president, that on first day of office they would try to repeal some of these actions. But until those two things happen, unless this DC Court of Appeals, appellate court, finds that the final rule established by the FMSCA was unconstitutional, or we have a new administration, I don't think the non-domicile CDL licenses will be renewed.
I think there's one other, I want to add to what Sandeep is saying, one other thing, and that is there's a possibility, as there always is in litigation, that the parties will come away with some kind of settlements, right? It doesn't look like it from where I'm sitting at this moment, but that's entirely a possibility. There is a hearing coming up, and maybe depending on what happens at that hearing, and where the court judges are sort of directing the parties, and sort of indicating and giving hints to the parties about how they're going to rule, it may lead to some kind of settlement. It's always possible, but no, I don't think anyone's looking to. I don't think anyone thinks that the FMCSA is going to actually reverse course, just simply because there's just way too much the due process issues, and how to handle that. And that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about also. I wanted to talk about Uber and DoorDash and those complications that are not related to CDL, but do have some relation to DMVs and that sort of thing. So we know that some folks, for example, are not only have they lost their CDL licenses, but now they apply to the various DMVs for their just their passenger license, let's call it, because not, in New York, I think it's a class C or a class D. In other states, it's a different class, but the license that allows you to just drive a car, right? And they're facing difficulties in the sense that, if, for example, when they lost their CDL license, or they're just applying new for a CDL license, what they get, or for a new copy, right? What you get is a temporary license that lasts about, anywhere between, I don't know, whatever they say, up to 6 months. You could have a temporary license up to 6 months. And what's happening is that these private employers like DoorDash and Uber are not accepting those temporary licenses, right? And so you can't work, and they're being rejected from that employment as well, which, certain heightens that need, right? That need that's already there, anyway, but one of the things that we get, one of the things about this summit is that one of the things we can do is, as we heard from Mr. Sawyer, that at least in New York, and that's where we're seeing a lot of these cases, where they're not accepting New York temporary licenses as proof of licensure, and to get the Attorney General's office involved, and tell Uber and tell DoorDash, at least in New York, that they have to accept these licenses because that's New York law. New York law specifically, don't know about California and other places, but in New York, specifically, the regulations say that a temporary license is the same as a hard copy license. So we'll be working on those issues, and we'll keep you informed. Keep informed. Look at our website. Look at our social media. A lot of we write about all of the work that we do, and when we get some kind of response from them, we will sort of share it with you. But I think I have Simran. Did you have another question, or the?
I'd like to follow up on that.
Sure. Yeah.
My bad. So I was also gonna ask about self-driving trucks, since Uber drivers in cities like SF are already losing their business to Waymo. And do you think that the Republican government can push the self-driving trucks into the industry, and at the time that the Democratic government even comes back, the damage would be irreversible at that point?
The automated trucks are not it's not a partisan issue. And what I mean by that is it's not a Republican or Democratic issue. It's an economic issue. And for example, California is one of the leading, sort of states in sort of pushing for legislation within their own jurisdictions for automated trucks. Whereas up until, I'd say, last year, this same time, they were against it. They were banning automated trucks, right? And so, I think it's more a question of, and I always go back to sort of history. And I think when you know history, you know something about what's happening right now and why it's happening. And I think that, just as California was sort of leading the charge around, sort of transportation in, sort of, train transportation and all of that, right? There's always transportation is important to an economy, of the economy of a country. And so, being a state that sort of leads that charge always puts you ahead and always puts you in a better position. And so California, New York, the bigger states always have, sort of looked to being, at the forefront of technology involving transportation. And so I think that's one of the reasons why California, and at least that's what they're saying, that they are, they're moving into the future of transportation, and in the future transportation means automation. If you look at sci-fi, a lot of these sci-fi movies, you see we don't see anyone driving a truck with in the future. So I don't know, ask me, there's no real telling, but I think that is what's their motivation for passing this new legislation, sort of authorizing, I think it's coincides also with the federal mandates, right? Or maybe it's a, who knows? Maybe they're in cahoots. I don't know, but it just sounds like, the Republicans on the federal level and the Democrats at the state level, are they really in cahoots? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's leave that to your imaginations. But Sandeep, do you have anything to say about automated?
No, I think you covered it. I mean, California is definitely leading the charge there, and look to them for their guidance.
I just have one more. Sorry. I just have
Yes,
one
no,
question.
not at all. Don't apologize. Yes, go ahead. We love your questions.
Could you share any like resources for truckers who have lost their CDL licenses, like any support groups? I know there's like the Meet helpline, but I was looking more like support groups where like they could talk to each other and share resources about like other jobs and opportunities to keep themselves afloat, or if like they have trucks or anything that they want to sell to, like, I don't know, just like a resource where they can contact each other. Is there anything such like that?
So we have two ways, and United Sikhs has, in our quest and sort of on our mission to help people, we created our staff has created WhatsApp groups that people can join. You can if you can connect to Bhupinder, she can sort of give you the information about how to connect, how people can connect to that WhatsApp those WhatsApp groups. And I believe they're by state. The other thing that the United States did is, in order to try and help CDL drivers organize, is that we helped a particular group of CDLs to create the Freedom Drivers. It's a sort of loose organization of CDL drivers who support each other, look into, sort of getting the word out about what's happening with CDL drivers. We've helped them, for example, get before, media cameras to tell their stories. We've helped them to speak to, get involved in grassroots organizing. Those are two ways that we here at United States are, and then of course there's also the UMeet, right? They can call us and see if they have any legal issues or other issues that we can help, either refer them out or help them directly. But those are three very important resources that I think, everyone should know about. So thank you for asking the questions, and really appreciate that. Okay, we have about 3 more minutes before our next speaker comes on. Any other questions? I'm going to go ahead and check and see if our next speaker is available. I'm going to say those are, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, these were great questions. I put my contact information. You can get it from UNITEDSIKHS, but if any of you guys have any questions, I mean, I love the idea of the resources, and I'm certainly gonna connect with Bhupinder offline, because my clients ask about that. So it's a great question, Simran, and something that I learned from your question. So I appreciate you asking, and the rest of the students that have attended. Fantastic questions, and love the engagement, because you guys are our future, right? I mean, Wanda has carried stick. I'm carrying it, and you guys are the future. So appreciate you guys being here, and I appreciate Wanda and Pinder and UNITEDSIKHS for allowing me to speak and share my thoughts.
Thank you, Sandeep. It's great working with you. We look forward to continue to collaborate with you on other issues, and we will be reaching out and sort of please keep connected to us. And I don't see our next speaker is she's an amazing lawyer and partner at K&L Gates, who will talk to us specifically about what we were talking about a minute ago, about the era of policy and political volatility and the critical role of advocacy. She's an amazing, you'll see, she's just amazing, and what she does, and so I'm gonna get off camera for a second and see if I can reach her and see if she's available, and if she's having any trouble logging on, and I'll be right back. Okay, thank you.
So I think this we've been going on for about 2 hours now. I think this might be a good time for us to take maybe like a 5 to 10 minute break. Let's just say 5 minutes, just to make sure our next guest arrives here on time. Oh, she's actually here. Oh, okay, I see she's here. Um, would it be okay if we still take a 5 minute break, or should we continue? I just want a show of hands on how everyone is doing.
Just let's say like a 2-minute break. If you want to go grab a coffee and come back, just not to have our guests sort of waiting. And I know it's a hard day, but I think we compressed everything into these hours so that the mornings are free and the afternoons, for the most part, are free. So let's take a 1-minute break. We'll come back at about 2:02. Again, not to have, and then maybe we can give her an opportunity. Let me ask her. Good morning, Karishma, or is it good afternoon, Karishma? Hi.
How are you? Go ahead, go for it. Go, do a break.
Yeah.
I'll be hanging out. I'm good.
All right. For about what, 2 minutes, 5 minutes? We come back at 2:05? 2:05? Okay, we'll come back at 2:05. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Karishma. I'll stay on.
5 minutes past. Thank you so much. Hope you guys had a really quick short break. Thank you so much all for being here once again. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, Miss Karishma Page. Please give us an introduction about yourself, and we're so glad that you're here with us today. Thank you.
Bipender, thank you so much. And thank you to the entire team for the opportunity to meet with you today. I'm excited about our session together. I'm looking forward to questions as we go. By way of background, my name is Karishma Shah Page. I am a partner at the law firm K&L Gates. I co-lead our public policy and law team here at K&L, and we have one of the largest lobbying practices in a law firm. There are about 55 of us, bipartisan, bicameral, and we work on a whole range of issues. As a co-lead of the practice, I often spend a lot of my time talking a little bit about what's happening in the political and policy world. Sometimes it feels a bit like it is chaotic, but I'd like to think there is a little bit of learning that we can have in terms of what's happening and what's bringing about the volatility that we're all feeling. But also I want to talk about the importance of advocacy. I am a strong believer, perhaps sometimes viewed as maybe a bit naive and naively optimistic about our democracy, but I think our democracy is the one that we create. And I think it's mission critical across the board to think about advocacy and the importance that a voice can have, especially when it's joined with others. So that's going to be a little bit of the TLDR of where I'm headed. I look forward to the conversation again. Feel free to jump in with questions, comments. I will say, I'm going to start by saying of course, me and all my colleagues have a partisan bent of some sort, but I try to keep that personal. For me, I am a policy and political professional, which means I'm trying to call balls and strikes here. Of course, sometimes my perceptions do come through, and I apologize. I don't mean to be critical or in any way or of any form of belief, but I do want to, I wanted to sort of put that preface out there that I'm thinking about this from the professional view that I have, though sometimes my thoughts do seep in. So let me start a little bit with the moment we're in. If we're thinking about sort of where things are headed, it's important to think about where things have been. And I want to take just first a little bit of a step back, but then a further step back. As we think about the last year and a half, it's a time where there has been a lot of policy activity. It's a little bit of flood the zone. President Trump and congressional Republicans came in with a perceived mandate, but a recognition that they had a limited time to achieve that mandate. There was this view of taking an all-of-government approach. The idea here is to really have a significant amount of all-of-government activity, particularly focused in terms of what the White House could effectuate, acknowledging that some of it may stick and some of it may not. But even if it did not stick, it was really intended not to be policy that would change forever, but really help send a message out to stakeholders and start impacting behavior. DOGE is a very good example. Let me start with the executive orders. There have been over 350 executive orders. And there have been even more lawsuits challenging those executive orders. But the reality is, those executive orders were out there to message a certain type of behavior that needed to go out to the marketplace from the perspective of President Trump and his administration. DOGE is a very good example. Unclear on what legal theory DOGE had been out, but really what did it impact? It impacted reductions in force in the federal government. It impacted contracting. It impacted grants. It was a real change just in terms of how the behavior was impacted. It was also a very America First approach. The idea here was the first really only critical domestic priority for the president was on taxes. And then there was a really significant, it has been a significant focus on geopolitical issues, trade, tariffs, border security, immigration, and energy. And so this is very much the idea of reshoring the U.S. industrial base, really thinking about U.S. As a sustainable whole, and thinking about that in the context of a very changing geopolitical situation, probably since World War II. And certainly since the Cold War. Now, what brings this about? And I think I want to hone in on this point because this kind of goes back to one of the things I'm going to talk about a little bit later on, is how advocacy can change thinking in the long term. We have seen, we are in the midst of what is the most significant shift in the balance of powers between our three branches of government that we have seen in modern history. It sounds a little hyperbolic for me to say that, but it is. We are seeing a dramatic shift in how policymaking is done and how the three branches of government interact with each other. This started as a result of a movement in conservative thought some 40 years ago. And at the time, there was a view that there are unelected bureaucrats within the executive branch that are making very significant policy decisions and are unaccountable and insulated from any type of other sort of input. And that has led us to a situation where 2 years ago, the Supreme Court brought in a case, or I should say litigated a case that resulted in a decision called Loper-Bright. And what Loper-Bright did is it said, hey, executive branch, you cannot fill in significant details of legislation without, hey, Congress, do your job now, and Congress really clearly delegating authority to the executive branch. And judiciary, it is your job to have a higher level of scrutiny in engaging with the executive branch, or in scrutinizing what the executive branch does. So what this did was it took on this, again, view of conservative thought that's been evolving for 30, 40 years and said, we are going to overturn the deference we give to the executive branch. And we are going to make sure Congress does a better job of writing legislation and the judiciary is better equipped to engage in scrutiny. Now, I will say, when I started at my firm many years ago, one of the first projects that I worked on was Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank rewrote every single financial services law since 1864. It was an enormous bill. It had 14 titles. It was undertaken in about 14 months. And in it, there were about 430 rulemakings. All these areas, which there was, I think at that point where it was enacted, it was a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate on the Democratic side. And there were still so many areas that needed to be filled in. All of those rulemakings had to go to the executive branch for there to be more work to be done. And again, this is not just a Democratic administration. The same thing happens when there's a Republican administration. But that to say there's been some increasing levels of concern about this issue, and that resulted in this case. There's another case that just came out recently called Slaughter. And it also reinforces something very significant. Although in Loper-Bright, there has been sort of a diminishing view of the executive branch, there has, according to the Slaughter case, and what we're seeing in the work that is being done by the White House, is a very strong focus on that the executive branch power lays in the hands of the president himself. Now, the Slaughter case is really about independent agencies and whether Whether the president has the ability to remove or not to remove, which it reaffirmed the president does have the ability to remove, which is really an aberration of where we've been historically. But that goes to show that really there's this view of centralization of power in the White House. Now, this comes at a time where also we have a president that is very strongly a party leader, and Congress has largely been in a cooperative majority posture both on the House and Senate side. So again, we're at a moment that is the culmination of many decades and something that is really shifting how policymaking is being done. Now, why? My first slide, I mentioned that the Republicans viewed that they have a very short window to be impactful. This is in part because the political pendulum continues to accelerate. It used to be between 1960 and 1999, there was a change election just over every 5.5 years. Since 2000, it is now just about every 2 years. And just baseline history is that it is really considered political physics that in a midterm election cycle, at least one chamber flips to the opposing party. In fact, since 1850, there were only a handful of times where there has not been a flip to the other side. And usually the president's party loses between 38 and 42 seats. So in fact, there is a view that as we go into this midterm election cycle, the Democrats are likely to gain one or both chambers. Now, what's at stake as we look ahead to the current election cycle? The House is in a very, very small minority, very slim minority. Right now, there's a 217 to 213 Republican Democrat split, one independent that caucuses with the Republicans. In order to get majority, you have to be at 218, which means almost every single vote is required on the Republican side. There is more flexibility on the Senate side. It's a 53 to 47 lead for the Republicans. Now, what is interesting is most bills still require a filibuster-proof majority at 60. So we don't anticipate that it is within the realm of either party to reach the filibuster-proof majority. But what we're seeing right now is a moment where there are very, very slim majorities. And I would argue in the absence of a very strong party leader, there probably would be ungovernable majorities of the House and the Senate. In fact, when we talk about the Republicans as one party, that's probably a little not quite accurate anymore. There is the political axes have been changing. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as we go. But there is a lot of shifting. And in fact, the Democrats are seeing much the same, though about 10 to 15 years later than when we saw it with the Republicans. Okay, so when we look ahead to the House outlook, it takes 218 seats to control the chamber. And there is the view, again, that the Democrats probably have a little bit of lift going into this, but also we've been subject to a lot of redistricting. Not only did we see sort of tit for tat redistricting in various states, state of Virginia lost a redistricting effort amongst the Democrats. Only then did we see some Supreme Court decisions on the Voting Rights Act bit also that moved a number of Republican states to reinforce Republican majorities. And such that we are seeing, unfortunately, again, my view, subjective view, the loss of potential minority districts in the South. That's all to say, there are, at this point, probably about 16 toss-up seats in the House, 3 lean Democrat, 13 lean Republican. So any political outcome is within the realm of possible. But we do see a particular lift on the Democratic side, even though the Republican seats tend to be more the ones that are sort of the open seats tend to lean more Republican. On the Senate side, there are 35 seats. Recall that every election cycle, there's only about a third of the seats that are up. So this election cycle, there are 33 regular seats, and in fact, 2 special. Unfortunately, we just saw the loss of one of our long-term senators, Senator Lindsey Graham, over the weekend. That was already a race that was open, and Democrats would need 4 seats to control the chamber. But unclear what that's going to look like. And one of the things that we've seen is the middle of the country has increasingly on a statewide election basis become increasingly red, while the coast remain blue. But then in the terms of the seats that are up, it looks like it would be challenging for Democrats to get 4 seats. So, what changes, the math really matters here. Open seats, we've talked a little bit about the open seats. We've talked about the number of, there are a significant number of retirements. There's redistricting that's been happening. The presidential approval tends to have a significant impact on members of the same party. And we talked a little bit about the midterm penalty, who turns out is really important. The election is on November 3rd. To the extent that there are weather events or there are challenges with mail-in ballots, those things can have a real impact, because when it comes down to it, the number of seats that are toss-ups are very limited. And in fact, the number of votes that can make a difference are pretty limited. This is not a presidential election cycle, but when I do this during presidential election cycles, there's a slide that I have, which basically makes the point that when we're talking about a presidential election, it comes down to about 1% of the American public that makes a determination of who our president's going to be. Why do I say that? Because of the way our federal election cycle works, particularly at the presidential level. There are only a handful of swing states. And even when you look at the margins within those swing states, they're usually within 50,000 votes. So you've got about 6 swing states, 300,000 people really changing the directionality of the entire presidential cycle. So that just goes to show how tight these margins are. So if nothing else, I hope one takeaway that you have for me is please vote. Please vote. It is mission critical. Your voice does matter. Okay, so what does this mean in terms of potential election outcomes for us? One of the things, I was actually on the phone with a reporter earlier this afternoon, and he said, well, what are you doing to prepare? And I said, well, we know it's a volatile time. What we need to do, I think back to 2016, and we had a lot of memos prepared about Hillary Clinton becoming president. And I think everybody really took that moment. And many of you are very young, so you may not remember this moment. But we woke up the day after the election and we said, oh, wow, that happened. In fact, the president himself was surprised that he won the election. He was not prepared in 2016 to take on the White House. And so that moment showed us that we need to be prepared for any political configuration. And that is what this does, is talks about what are the various ways to be prepared for any political configuration. I make the point also about Trump 45 because Trump 45 is very different than Trump 47. When you saw that first slide about flood the zone, that has taken 4 years of preparation to ensure that the president has the personnel and the policies to effectuate his agenda, which was certainly not the case in Trump 45. So, okay, now going back to the moment that we're in, there are various scenarios. One is that it's status quo. The House and Senate remain in Republican hands. The other scenario, and I would say probably the more likely scenario at this moment, given probabilities, is that the House flips to a Democratic majority and the Senate remains in Republican hands. A less likely scenario is that the House remains in Republican hands and that the Senate flips to a Democratic majority, and then what we call the double flip, both the Democrats and Republican, or I'm sorry, the Democrats take both the House and the Senate. So what does this mean? Why is it important? It's important because this goes to show us what can happen in the upcoming cycle. And it helps us to give us the lens of how policymaking is happening, but the kinds of issues that could take place. So it could be worked through. Let me start with the third column here, which is the Republican majority in the House and the Senate. What we'll see is much of the same. The continued focus on executive branch action. In fact, the president said earlier this year in March, he said, look, I don't need Congress to do anything. I've had Congress help with what I need help with. Now, the president will be in legacy building mode in his last 2 years, so maybe there are more items that he'd like to work on. But what happens is when we do have any one party in charge of the entire levers of the federal government, what we tend to do is work through what's called a reconciliation. And reconciliation is an expedited procedure that allows for a you only need a simple majority in the Senate to pass this legislation. So when we've seen, the previous, the Biden administration, they did this through the Inflation Reduction Act. Previous to that, the Trump administration used the same protocol for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and the Obama administration used it for the Affordable Care Act. This is what we see when there's full action or full control by one party. And it really requires a focus on tax and budgetary impacted legislation. Really, you can't get into policy issues. There are policy changes that are incumbent that come after the budget piece, but it's primarily a budgetary type of piece of legislation, which is why in last year when we saw HR 1 or the One Big Beautiful Bill, as it's been referred to, that is largely a piece of tax legislation and healthcare legislation that had an impact in terms of spending. We'll see an emboldened White House, a White House that feels as though their mandate has been extended. And I think also some real questions amongst the Republican Party. There has been a strong party leader for over a decade now. And there are lots of questions about what comes next, not only in terms of the personalities that are involved, but really this is a question of approach. The level of executive action that this president has undertaken, both some of which has become legally supported and some has not, is pretty unique. It is aberrational for what we have seen in previous in sort of modern day politics. And I would venture to say it's also probably pretty unique to this particular president. I'm not sure that others may try it, but it is something that is very different. So there's going to be a lot of questions about succession if we were in the current scenario and see it continue on. Okay, then I'm going to flip over to the first column, a Democratic majority in the House or the Senate. So one chamber Democrat, one chamber Republican. Now, what's interesting is if you can't pass legislation, one of the things you do is you conduct oversight. You call in, if you're the Democrats, you call in the Republican members of the administration, you ask them all sorts of questions about what they've been doing, how they may have been inured, how decision-making is being done, how various entities have been inured. And the Republicans, meanwhile, could be undertaking oversight efforts that move exactly in the opposite direction, in one that's attempting to support the president's agenda. So what we could see is a lot of private sector stakeholders, organizations getting clipped right in the middle. For instance, right now, there's been a lot of question on the Republican side about nonprofit organizations. They're spending a lot of time trying to suggest that there are donors that are providing money for tax exempts, and those tax exempts are providing those for non-allowable tax exempt purposes. The evidence on this, I would say, is pretty scant. Though I will say the Democrats have tried the same thing on the other side, perhaps not as aggressively, but what we could see is, let's say, that scrutiny on what are considered conservative donors and progressive donors that's happening at the same time in two different chambers against each other. There's this argument that there's going to be legislative gridlock, and I think that's true. For the big things, there's legislative gridlock. I don't think we come to an agreement on tax issues. I don't think we come to an agreement on on healthcare issues. Those are big, big questions. But I will say this, and I'll make this point further down the road. We are in the midst of a lot of change right now, and there are a whole lot of things that only come to a head and get across the finish line and have more durable policy results when there's bipartisan action. Because when there's bipartisan action, when the next set of folks get into power, they don't try to undo it. They just stick with it. You probably get stuff that everybody has to compromise on, but they think it's the right outcome overall. There are a whole host of things that are must-do pieces of legislation that require bipartisan action. A farm bill, a surface transportation bill, retirement security, Social Security for that matter. When I talk about the farm bill, that includes things like SNAP and nutrition benefits. There are a lot of things that have to be done on a bipartisan basis. When Congress is only distracted with reconciliation as an objective because there is one party in charge, there's less incentive to do the stuff that is bipartisan. And the desire to actually get in a room and talk things through becomes more likely when you have bipartisan power. So I think what I would say is, yes, legislative gridlock on a lot of issues, but there may be areas where there's bipartisan work that is done on must-do issues or what I characterize as low controversy issues. I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. And the Democrats need to be an effective minority. I think that's what happens if you've got one chamber of Democratic hands. Now, if there's a Democratic majority in the House and the Senate, oversight now moves fully into Democratic hands. You'll see a lot of focus on the administration and its activities. There is going to be a lot of focus on slowing down the executive branch through congressional action. Probably a little bit more focus on bipartisan legislation. And the Democrats were really having to focus on being a governing party rather than a minority party. And so that's a much more challenging position when you don't control the White House, but is something that folks are going to be looking at ahead of 2028. I think these are the key points here. Let me move on a moment to longer term dynamics. And this kind of gets to something that I want to, that's the movement towards our conversation on advocacy, because, there are the traditional axes of politics. And there are the traditional issues that come to mind from a policy perspective. But one of the things that we're seeing is we're in an environment where things are shifting, they're changing very fast around us. And policy is not able to keep up. It's rushing to keep up. But I think there are a few longer term trends that are going to be the areas where policy is reacting to. First of all, there is very significant geopolitical change that is happening in the world. We are at a moment that is very different than we have been I would say it's certainly since the Cold War. And that focus on inward sustainability is something that we're not only seeing in the United States, but across the board. That's being coupled with significant technology and AI disruption. The political and policy volatility that we're seeing is certainly something that's being seen across the world. In the United States, not only do we have federal complexity, but state complexity. When there's a Republican administration, the Democratic states are very active. And when there's a Democratic administration, the Republican states are very active. So trying to see sort of how those things slice and dice against each other is very challenging. And certainly it's having an impact in our economy, in our capital markets. And really, I think what many of a daughter of immigrants came here for is the availability of the American dream. I think that's something that is really at sort of top of mind for a lot of policymakers as they're thinking about what's happening around us. Okay, so let's take that all together and let's go back to why is advocacy important? Why is your voice important? And I sort of go back to, I mean, this is a precept of our founding fathers. And I've got this quote. You can't see it, but it's on my wall right there, which is the door I go out every single day to go to Capitol Hill or go wherever executive agency I'm going to. And it reminds me of the importance that we have and a very unique opportunity, I think, in this world of this particular structure of democracy. And Thomas Jefferson says, I'm not an advocate for frequent change in laws and constitutions, but law and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths are discovered, and manners and opinions change. With the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the time. Now, we also see this reality that as people are left behind, the harder they try to hold on to what they think is going to allow them to stay in that place, right? So we're seeing that very viscerally, not only in our country, but all over the world. But this is a very unique understanding of the relationship of advocacy and laws and institutions. And I think that is very, sort of I characterize as American style lobbying is very unique in this world. Schoolhouse rocks. All right. So policy doesn't get made like this anymore. I love it. I wish it did. It would make all of our jobs easier. But I will say there is a universal truth here, right? Which is somebody has an idea and they go talk about it with their member of Congress. And the member of Congress says, maybe that's a good idea or maybe not a good idea. And then it becomes a bill. And then if more people think it's a good idea, this is kind of a meritocracy, right? Like the idea finally goes into law. These bills, yes, there are the ideas of very smart staffers or very well-meaning staffers, but oftentimes there are people that are just dealing with issues and they're like, that should be different or better. And I will say, look, are there very partisan issues? Absolutely. I don't want to try to cover that up or not agree if that is the case. 100%. There's a lot of stuff that's happening in government that is very challenging. But I will say, if you look at the thousands of bills that are introduced every year, most of them are just about things that are happening out in the world. And somebody said, hey, this shouldn't be the way it is. And so there is a little bit of a truth to that. Okay, so what is the role of advocacy? The role of advocacy, first of all, whether it's done, and, I often get oh, you're a lobbyist. Oh my gosh, you must be, working on issues that impact corporations and all. Well, yes, I do a little bit of that. But candidly, I work with a lot of nonprofit organizations. I work with a lot of religious institutions. I work with a lot of people that are just trying to enhance their mission and help serve others. And you know what? It is a fundamental right of our Constitution that we have the ability to petition our government. It is in advancement of our First Amendment. And it is an exercise in democratic engagement to stand up and say, hey, I really think this is important. Somebody should work on this. And maybe it starts with me. And I can talk to other people and really help to bring something along. It's not only the avenue, and I go back to the Thomas Jefferson note, that it helps us shape our laws and policies. But I think importantly at this moment, it also helps shape our institutions, right? And we are at a moment where there's a lot of anti-institutionalist sentiment, which is important for a variety of reasons. Our institutions have let a lot of us down, but we have the ability to shape what those institutions look like in the future. And I say that because I'm going to go back to one of the earlier slides that I talked about. This idea of the change in how the three branches of government are interacting with each other started as an idea 40 years ago that somebody had of hey, I don't really like this. And it was a very significant shift, not only that was focused on our laws and our policies, but importantly, our institutions as well. And so there is the ability to think about what are our institutions that are important to us and how do we protect them. And this is important, particularly at the moment of disruption and change that we're at. I will also say, look, the headlines it's all on fire. I get it. There's a lot that is on fire. But I will say when I go to the halls of Congress, It's a little bit not like that. Yes, there's some things on fire, but you will be surprised at the number of folks that want to say, hey, that's a really great idea. Do you have somebody that I can work with on the other side of the aisle? I'd really like to work on that. I would love to figure out how to fix this. And I see that much more than I actually see some of the things that we see in the headlines. One of the other issues that's happening right now is the political axes are. There is this moment where populism is shifting the political axes on both sides. Trades and unions used to be, trade as a whole used to be, free trade used to be a Republican issue. Protectionism for trade used to be a Democratic issue. Where are we now? We see trade on a Republican side where there's a lot of focus on isolationism. Same thing on unions. Unions used to be Democratic voting, and now we see, there's been a movement. Some of the labor movement has moved over to the Republican side. Healthcare, housing, all the things that are related to affordability. I will tell you, the moment that I had it was like, whoa, was Senator Josh Hawley, who is a very conservative Republican senator, was at a hearing and said, you know what? Medicaid, that's my population. I think we need to figure out what to do about Medicaid. That is mind-blowing that a Republican senator would speak out in favor of government-sponsored health care, right? Like 10 years ago, that would have been an anathema. But I think what it does is it's showing what are the kitchen table issues, right? There is a view that the American dream is just less accessible. Student loans, finding a house, being able to pay for childcare, all of that is very challenging. And that impacts everybody across the country. And so that is shifting the political axes. And beyond that, there's a whole set of issues that I'd characterize as post-partisan. Geopolitical issues, AI, technology, cyber, privacy, digital assets. Those are not Democratic or Republican issues. They're certainly controversial issues, but they are controversial issues outside the realm of our traditional political axes. So it is very much a changing time, which means there are opportunities for advocacy to be even more impactful. I think sort of scratching the surface of what we hear, that everything is very political and everything is very partisan, doesn't really get us to what may be the reality of the opportunity that advocacy has to help shift the hearts and minds of individuals and allow for change. This is not short term. It's not midterm. It is the long arc of policy change, of institutional change. And so what does that mean? What does that take? It requires strong, ongoing education with data-rich support. It means having a position, having it informed with data, with anecdotes, with real-life experience, a focus on relationship building, constructive or respectful approach with dialable responsiveness. Yeah, not everybody's going to be in agreement, but it is important to be agreeable. And I think what that does is it gets us to a place where we can say we want these institutions to be somewhere where we can disagree on the policy, but we're coming at it from principled perspectives, from data-driven perspectives, and we're going to do that in a way that's collegial. And that goes from all the way, starting from the bottom, all the way to the top. I talk about that movement, the conservative movement on the institutional or on the executive branch set of issues. That started as a local issue. That started like local politicians started working on that. Talk radio started talking about it. And think about the tools that we have now in terms of being able to democratize our voice. What we can do with this is remarkable. When I started my career 20 years ago, I had to go sit in a room and take notes on a piece of paper. I had a line sitter. I'd come back to my computer. Now you can do all of that with just this phone. And that means that we all have voices that can be very, very relevant to what is happening, and to be able to make that accessible. It's not always easy. It's not always going to be the same. It's not always going to just move in one direction, right? That these things there are risks, there are opportunities, there are issues where things move forward and then they take a whole bunch of steps back. And there's like this arc that keeps swinging back and forth. But I do think there's an arc that we're moving on that we can't really quite see that is longer term. But I think that's to say this is not linear. This is long term, but it does require ongoing engagement on a structured, deliberate, intentional basis. All right. So why this? Because this is our institution, our democracy. We have a responsibility. We have an opportunity, first of all, again, very unique in this world to be able to shape what our policies, what our laws, and what our institutions are. I think there's a lot of questions right now about what does the future look like. And I want to set aside policy for a minute because that's not. I mean, yes, those are important questions. But right now, it's how we're going to do it. Right? Are we? I think the Democrats are saying, "Hey, do we have to play by the same rules as President Trump?" There are other Republicans that are saying, "Hey, do I have to? Is that the kind of Republican I am, or am I a different Republican?" Democrats saying the same thing, Republicans saying the same thing. There are lots of folks that are thinking about what the future is, and I think part of the imperative. And again, I don't. This is my personal bias coming through. I think we do better when we have a collegial approach. And that to me means that the institution that, again, I very personally find very sacred, is something that is protected, even though what is happening within it may be volatile or, challenged at the moment. So as much as this is about policy change, you will see sort of my bias here being about making sure that the institution is reinforced as well. So I think those are the questions in front of us. And I really, I've got young children, and I am always very excited to be amongst young people who are thinking about how they can make a difference, because I am really relying on you all for a better tomorrow. So with that, I will pause. I am happy to answer any questions that folks may have and welcome any discussion, thoughts, criticisms. Certainly happy to talk about whatever it may be on top of mind.
So let me just start off, and people please just raise your hands, put up your hands in the and we will call you individually. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank Karishma for coming and joining us today and giving us such an important presentation on our government and what's happening, because I think a lot of us are sort of at a loss, and not just us, but I think our someone said yesterday, one of our students said yesterday, or was it this morning, that people are scared, and I thought that was that those few words sort of describe what politically is happening in this country right now, for whatever reason. And I think that your presentation sort of sheds light somehow on why it's happening and how it's happening, and the institutions and the mechanisms that make things happen. But I want to talk a little bit about United Sikhs, and for just a second, and then while people are sort of raising their hands, I'm sure you'll get a lot of questions. United Sikhs over the course of the last, I'd say almost a year now, has been working on the commercial driver's license issues, and I'm sure you've heard of that, of those issues. And the other issue that we've been working on, or we've heard about during this summit, we're in our third day of the summit, is the issue of privacy, right? And the fact that our government is not, and for a very long time, has not been able to catch up, right? I think you mentioned the word catch up in the course of your discussion and in your presentation. Can you talk to us a little bit about in the context of what's happening right now, and why the CDL issue is happening right now? I mean, I think we have an understanding, but I think from your perspective, someone who's on the Hill and can look at it from a sort of non-political sort of perspective, I think that would be helpful. The other issue, and then the issue of privacy, and what someone came. We had a Georgetown Law School professor come on earlier this week and talk about how you said that the phone is so important, right? But how do we protect ourselves, and what is our government doing, and how do we get our government to protect us against sort of data harvesting, these things that invade our privacy, that that we had a handle on. And I think, when we as a young, many years ago, began, sort of, as a country, creating legislation around, for example, consumer protections. And, he was talking about, for example, he was talking about sort of, what he had a specific word for it, but what he meant by it is that, you could be charged for goods and services based on your need. So, for example, if you have, like, let's say you need an airplane ticket to go, to a funeral of someone in your, that was important to you, and and they through your through this data collection, right, are able to determine that this is why you're looking for it, and the importance to you, that they could raise the price of that, and what that means in terms of the legislation that already exists that protects consumers, right, from shifting prices, for example, and this that's happening now where the government isn't really catching up.
Yeah. It's a great set of questions. I will say on the CDL issue, I mean, look, I think part of it, the challenge right now is we're in an environment that is antagonistic towards immigration. It is unfortunate because I think as we look at, again, as I'm looking around the screen right now, I think many of us are immigrants. In fact, this country is made up of immigrants, right? And I sort of go back and, Wanda, you made the point about sort of the arc here and the reality of where we are in terms of this political moment. And one of the reasons that we've seen the volatility that we have is because candidly, our political leaders can do very little about the economic reality that we're in. The fact that China opened up its economy 40 years ago, or the fact that we engaged with NAFTA in terms of free trade, whatever it may have been 40 years ago that got us on this road where folks feel as though the American dream isn't accessible to us, has left us in a place where we're searching for the political leaders that can do that. And then sometimes those political leaders think the way to do that is to shut down the country and to try to reallocate who's doing the work. And so I think the CDL issue, in my view, is a reflection of what is a very sort of anti-immigrant bias right now, unfortunately. But that is not a shared view, right? I mean, and the reality is, if we're in a moment where affordability is an issue, and workforce is an issue, I think part of this is continuing to come in with good data that supports the argument about what is the industry here? Where is it coming from? Where is the workforce coming from? Why is it important from an affordability perspective? Why is it that we need a diverse workforce across the board? So is it going to stem what is happening in the current view? I don't know. But what I do know is that, again, this is a moment in time, and hopefully we can get this back on track on the sort of the right arc over time. And that means in educating members of Congress about this and future leaders of administration, so we continue to get that right. And I know that's unsatisfactory from a short-term perspective, but I do think that is something to be thinking about longer term. In the privacy issues, it's one of these things where there is I think there are like two big hiccup issues. One is states' rights on privacy, and the second is private rights of action. And, can people individually sue on privacy-related violations? And that's what's gotten us to a complete standstill. And what's happened in the interim is when the EU makes decisions, California decides to adopt them, and then they sort of get promulgated via business across the country. We've seen that happen in a couple instances. And I think this is one example where talking to local leaders is going to continue to be important. I don't see a path forward right now on privacy, but there needs to be an unsticking of those two things. And in the meantime, I think the more, states do more things along the lines of California, you're going to see kind of the same level of privacy, statistics or privacy legislation move out there. On the algorithmic pricing issue, we're seeing that from a state perspective all over the map. The issues related to AI technology, algorithms, and pricing and workforce, I mean, that is popping up all over the place. And I will say, as somebody that reviews these pieces of legislation, and my clients who are pretty, very sophisticated in certain instances on some of these issues. I mean, they are so terribly drafted, these bills. They don't exactly understand the technology. They don't understand the implications. There are huge, sort of compliance related issues. I think the it is important for folks to have voice at the state level. I don't know where all of this is going. Again, this whole focus on algorithmic pricing has been relatively recent in the last few years. I don't see the federal government taking action in the short term. But again, these are the emerging issues that candidly policymakers at the federal level just have not been following with any level of granularity. And then at the state level, I mean, in most instances, you've got 5 states that have full-time legislators. Other than that, everybody's got a part-time legislator. So, it may be for 4 months out of every 2 years, these members are members of Congress or their state House or Senate. And other than that, they go do other things. So again, education, data-based approach, why this is important continues to be important. And these issues are still very much being shaped.
Thank you so much, Krishna. We have, if we can give Gavya the floor now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, Ms. Page. It's been amazing hearing from you. You mentioned that K&L Gates is a large lobbying firm. And I just wanted to ask, I mean, civic engagement amongst youth is greater than ever. There's data and reports saying that Gen Z is one of the most civically engaged generations that we have seen. And so I wanted to ask you, when youth are getting involved in grassroots movements, talking to the representatives, do you feel that we're as influential or can be as influential as lobbyists, just as young people? Or, if not, how can we be influential to our representatives, to our politicians, to get our points across and to continue being civically engaged and making that difference that we want to see as young people?
Well, let me just interrupt a second and just say that's exactly why you're here. This is what UNITEDSIKHS does on an annual basis. We used to, before the pandemic, we used to go to Congress and take our students to Congress. We're moving in that direction. So please join us every year, because at some point you'll have an opportunity to do that. But then I'll give it back. I'll give the floor back to Karishma. And I'm sorry, Karishma, I just wanted to get that in.
Not at all. Not at all. Okay. So I often tell my clients, look, I'm on the Hill all the time. I've got lots of friends that I've known for many years. They'll take my calls, but they don't want to hear me. They want to hear from you. I work with religious institutions where I bring up members of clergy. I bring up my business executives, the supply chain folks, the people that are investing in the United States, whatever it may be. They don't want to hear from me. In fact, from you. And I will tell you, there is a lot that you all offer that is so incredible. First of all, you're voters. You are direct voters, which is very important. But you have access to information and the ability to move information in a very meaningful way. Again, relationships are mission critical. I think that's really important. But your ability to be able to engage in media and social media and be able to have messages that get out there in a very meaningful way, that is so important. And so I think I highly encourage you to continue what you are doing. You have a voice. I had a former colleague who was a member of Congress, and he would always say to me, he goes, there's always this debate between banks and credit unions, and the banks are known as they're the community leaders with the money, and the credit unions are kind of a little bit scrappy. And that former member of Congress goes, I used to hate when the bank executives came to visit, but I always loved it when my credit unions came to support me. And then, they would always come out and they would go campaign for me. Right. So that I think is a very similar dynamic. People are really excited about your opinion. So please be really visible with that and take advantage of the leverage that you have in so many ways.
Thank you so much.
I think I see a question just in the chat about the slaughter decision. And I think it's it's a great question. And just on the slaughter decision, it was not that expansive. What it did was, prior to slaughter, there was a question about whether the president was able to fire the directors or board members of an independent agency or the head of an independent agency. And what this decision, and for decades, it's been the case that that was not viewed as possible. Like the president, those independent heads of agencies were viewed as insulated from being fired by the president, but for cause. And what the slaughter case does is it says, nope, in fact, the president can fire these individuals, except in the case of the Federal Reserve. So it is it's a decision in which the president can deploy even more influence in the case of the executive branch. I think I see one more question. You have time for it.
I have Siriati. Siriati's hand.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I learned a lot. And I was just wondering, like leading up to elections and important votes, like what do you think is important for like year-round advocacy and like staying involved? And also how can like young activists like Gavio was saying, like get involved with lobbyists to make their concerns heard for their communities?
Absolutely. So I think it all starts locally, right? Getting to know your city council members and getting to know your members of Congress, both at the state level and the federal level. It sounds really daunting at the federal level, and sometimes it's hard to get a hold of your state or like your federal senators. But you'd be surprised at how much your House members just show up to things. Like they're all over the place. Like, I will say, so I grew up in Detroit, and just north of Detroit. I'm Jain by background, and we would call over our members of Congress to the temple like once a year, and they would come to our fundraising dinners, and I don't know why, but they did. They did, and so we always had good relationships with them. And so whatever your community organization is, like find a way to invite them, keep them updated, and meet with the staff. They've got staff at the district level. And just build that relationship and keep it going. And it doesn't have to be anything. Yeah, I work with a lot of community theaters. Also, I see the same thing with theaters. Just have them come out, see what you're doing, working on them, build an independent relationship, and then over time use as an opportunity to talk about the issues you care about. And sometimes, again, they'll agree, and sometimes they won't. And it's okay. Like it's just a matter of being able to have that information flow, and and really being able to help advise on things that you're seeing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karishma, again for joining us, and we look forward to a continued relationship with you. I think Siriati's question is very important in terms of the need for support, right, for advocates and how you can sort of and do that. Bhupinder, do you have any comments or points in closing?
Actually, I would like to ask Georgina. Please ask your question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Georgina. Thank you so much for your presentation. And my question was that what emerging policies do you think require the greatest advocacy attention over like the next several years?
It's a really good question. I think there are a lot of questions about AI and technology and what is it going to mean for the workforce? What is it going to mean for capital formation? What is it going to mean for businesses? It is a huge question and has a lot of opportunity for a lot of risk of disruption, a lot of opportunity for change. Policymakers don't understand it. We don't understand it. Right? Even the people that are creating the stuff don't really fully understand it. It requires a lot of use of resources, water and energy. We don't know where the data centers are going to be held. And at the same time, it's a question of national security and the way we see ourselves in the world. I don't, not to pick on China, but China has a very different view of the relationship between the government and privacy and individuals and technology than we do. And there's also a sort of geopolitical dynamic between our two countries and the way we view all of these issues. And so there is this national security component that's out there. I think there are going to be a lot of questions about what this means. Now, again, like, is it like a little overblown? Probably. There's probably like everybody's like making it like a much bigger thing than it is, but it could be because we don't fully understand it. So I think these questions around technology and innovation and the opportunities that come with it, with the consequences and the potential disruptions are going to be sort of front and center for a while. And to an earlier point, I don't think our policymakers are quite ready for what that may mean.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karishma.
Yeah, absolutely.
If there are no other questions, I think we have our next speakers on board. But thank you, Karishma. We have this. We hope to invite you back in our for our future annual Sikh Summit and Academy. Thank you. You can please feel free to stay. We have a community grassroots organization joining us now to speak to us about community organizing. Please feel free to stay. And Lupinder, are they in the chat yet, or do we know? I know that we're. Can we let them in? I think Maria Fiel, Aura Espinosa.
Yes, and Abraham is on. Welcome, you guys. I want to take a moment to thank again Karishma for joining us today. And I'm so glad. For me, the biggest takeaway from her speaking is her very sound advice to vote. I think that's how we really get involved, and that's how we earn our right to complain. If you don't vote, you don't get to complain, right? So thank you so much to her. And our next speakers are here: Aura Espinosa, Maria, Abraham, and I hope maybe even Cesar will be able to join. But thank you so much all for being here. I would like to introduce you to all of our students here from the AHAA Academy. And if you will please, one by one, introduce yourselves, and if possible, your camera's on so we can see your faces. Oh, okay. I see that Caesar won't be able to join, but okay,
While we're figuring out the technology, I just want to
there we
sort of
go.
say a
She
little
got
bit
it.
about Fiel
Okay.
and why, and thank everyone from Fiel who is joining us today. We have a hi, Aura, how are you? We had a wonderful experience with Fiel in Texas, organizing the commercial driver's license holders in Texas who had at some point lost or were downgraded from their CDL licenses to in Texas. We had the privilege and the honor of sort of inviting them to a Sikh langar and have the community in Buenos Dias. Invited the Latino community to join the Sikh community in a moment where of solidarity to speak about CDL issues and see how we could challenge those regulations. So with that, if we can have please, Aura, if you can introduce yourself, and then the members of Fiel, if you can go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about why you do what you do. That would be very helpful to us. Thank you.
Yes, so it's a pleasure to be here with you guys. It's always a pleasure whenever you guys invite us, and we always participate with you guys. So
thank you.
I'm gonna introduce myself. My name is Aura Espinosa, and I'm the Director of Programs and Operations here at Field Houston, as well as a founder of Field Houston in 2001. And I'm just gonna give a brief story of why is it that we do this. So I came to the United States when I was 8 years old, and I went to elementary, I went to middle school and high school. Reality hit whenever I turned 18 that I knew of my time I was undocumented. So knowing that I was undocumented and I would not be able to go to college or get a higher education, guide me to do what is it that is my job today, which is organizing. We joined several young student organizations and we were able to pass a law that allowed me to go, not only me, but undocumented students go to college. And that's one of the reasons I was able to finish my major and I was able to graduate. And it is important to me, the grassroots community, because in that to implement grassroots, because that's where it all started. It started with one thing that I was one thing that allowed me to go to college. And I wanted to teach that to others, that everybody could be able to become leaders and take their life a different pathway to open the door for other people. So that's a little bit about me. I'm gonna let Abraham Espinosa. And if you see our names familiar, it's because Abraham, this organization is founded by family members, which was me, the oldest one, Cesar Espinosa, the middle child, and then Abraham, which is the youngest one.
Thank you, Ara. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay. Okay. My name is Abraham
Yes.
Espinosa. Okay, my name is Abraham Espinosa. I am also a founding member of Field Houston, but more importantly, I am an immigrant as well. We all came back in '91. My mom, my siblings, and our biological father. We grew up undocumented. We always knew the struggles. We always knew the adversity that we were going to face. But I think one of the things that ties us three together, the three oldest ones, because we do have a younger sister, but she's a U.S. born citizen. What ties us together is the fact that once it was time for us to, I guess, become adults, that's where the weight of being undocumented really kind of hit us hard. Because while our friends were going to college and getting their driver's license and basically becoming adults, we were struggling to basically get something as basic as an ID. I myself could not have an ID until I was 18 because since my parents, I couldn't even get a consulate ID because since my parents had split up, I needed my dad's approval to get the consulate ID, and I didn't even know where he was. So I didn't get an ID until I was 18 years old. Before that, I had to rely on my ID given to me by the school, and I think that was something that. To me, another moment where I thought it was very. I tried to get my ID when I was younger, and I went to the Department of Public Safety, the DPS, and I remember I basically brought all the documents that identified who I was. And the person that was checking my documentation, for whatever reason, that day was a cop, and he looked at my stuff. And the first thing he asked me was, "What's your social?" And obviously, I pretended to act like I had just forgotten it, but it was just me trying to bluff. And then basically, when he noticed that I was undocumented, he told me, "Hey, like I don't know what's going on, but I don't think it's safe for you and your mom to be here." He was like, "I think you should go home." And I mean that scared me because I was only like 13, but it also opened my eyes as the big fight that we had on our hands. And like my sister, I'm a product of Houston ISD. I also too went to University of Houston downtown. And I think one of the things that I do mainly is admissions, college admissions. I help people get into college or receive financial aid. That amazing law that Ara talked about, unfortunately, got rescinded a year ago because the administration sued the state of Texas and our leaders folded. Um, and they took away in-state tuition for undocumented students. So right now, even though undocumented students can go to college, right now it's like 3 or 4 times more expensive, and they no longer count with the financial aid that used to be given to them a little bit over a year ago. So that's one of the things that there's so many plights and struggles that we have lived and we see in the community, and I'm very honored to be here talking to you guys about it. And
Thank you.
I'll introduce Maria.
Hi, everybody. My name is Maria Espinosa. I'm also part of the family, but because I actually married into the family, I actually started off as a volunteer here at FIEL, or not really as a volunteer, more as an applicant. I applied with DACA. I applied with FIEL to DACA. I was one of the first crazy persons that stood outside of FIEL a day before the application came out to actually apply. Thankfully, I was able to apply. I had DACA for several years, and then I did advanced parole. I was able to come back, and then I adjusted my status. So I'm a resident now, and I'm working to become a citizen. So I've basically been through the whole process as well, and FIEL has been there with me throughout the whole process. And so I really started advocating for more people to go through, through the same, to start applying and not be scared, because I do remember even before applying, my dad in particular was like, don't apply, because what if you're just signing your deportation? You're giving them all your information. And so that was really kind of what made me want to volunteer at FIEL and be a little bit more active, so that I could help people just learn and advocate for themselves. And so my job now at FIEL is just as an administrative assistant, but I also help with volunteer coordination. We also do internships here as well. And so I take it very personal whenever we do have interns here to try to help empower them and just to continue advocating, because at the end of the day, we want FIEL to go on for years and years, and so I think for us, that's the mission, to empower people through knowledge, through skills. And so that's one of the reasons that I'm part of this meeting. But also, if there are any follow-ups or partnerships that come out of this, then I would be your point person as well.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. So is there a specific presentation that you have, and otherwise can we open the floor up to questions? I do have a few questions about how you were able to sort of organize in a way that that is impactful, like what lessons you have for maybe some of our students, who some of them have voiced interest in creating organizations or associations to advocate for various issues. So if you can talk to us a little bit about your experience sort of organizing in that way, and how you get people to sort of join, and how successful you've been in doing that. I know that you've been very successful, because I've been there in a room full of folks that you've brought to some of these meetings. So yeah, so if you can sort of fill us in or share that information or those tips with us, that we would be very grateful.
Yeah, so we have a grassroots philosophy. We believe that the closer the problem, the closer the solution. So basically, we come out into the community. We as individuals, we don't wait for the community to come to us. That we go where the problem is, and where the problem is, we know that there's gonna be a solution. So when people call us with a problem, it doesn't matter what kind of problem it is. We try to find them a solution where we can gather the resources and empower them, because we know that not every aspect can be solved, but at least can be eased and work into getting there. Just like we did with the CDL, that we were approached by individuals that lost their their commercial driver license, and we start organizing. We tell them, we give them the tools to empower the community, because we and here we like to make, instead of making people followers, we like to be them to become leaders. And we have seen it in our group. Whenever a volunteer joins, we give them a part, we make them feel like there can be a change, like just like I started whenever I was young, that I went into this organization, young organization, thinking that I was going to be part of a club, when in realize it opened a whole new world for me, in order for me to become a leader and help others after many struggles that you go, because organizing is not easy. Organizing requires time, requires patience, and most of all, passion for the community, and knowing that you are going to make a change, you're going to make somebody's life better, and you're going to give them tools to succeed. The community is the one that makes the decisions on the table. I might view something a different way, but if the community needs, and whatever the community needs is where Fiel is directed, because we do believe in the power of the people. And we do immigration rights, and we do civil rights, because we know that every immigrant deserves dignity, and we have seen it in our long trajectory. We're going to be 20 years next year. We have been since 2007. We were students, and now we have graduated, and we have done different kinds of campaigns, from getting hygiene kits for people when we are hit by hurricanes, to providing diapers for people in need. We have paid rents. We have done the DACA movement. We have done the Dream Act movement. There's several campaigns that we have done. Do you want to add anything, Abraham?
Yes, I mean, I think the key word is grassroots, but I think more than that, I think if anyone is interested in pursuing any type of work, kind of like the work that we do and helping the community, I think it's also important to be empathetic towards the community. I think that one of the successes, like Ara said, like when we founded Fiat in 2007, we've been involved in the movement since 2001, since before we were FIA. But we joined an organization first that was Dreamer led, and then we were there from 2005 up until 2007, and then we decided we left based off an difference in ideology and how we were kind of conducting ourselves, and how they wanted us to conduct ourselves. So basically, we decided to, which was very scary at the beginning because we had never done this, but we decided to establish Fiel in 2007, and it really was at the beginning just us. I really did feel like it was just a group of us getting together and complaining that we were undocumented in my mom's living room. But the work is so pivotal that we are influentially one of the largest civil rights organizations now in the state. So large that they try to shut us down in 2004. I mean, 2024, excuse me. The Attorney General of Texas tried to rescind our 501c3 status without any legal basis. But I mean, the fact that they're doing that means that we're doing something bigger. And I think it's been so grassroots that we have been able to sustain ourselves, even economically, through services and through like grassroots small donations, that we've been able to remain autonomous, and basically go with, like Ara said, where the community needs us. We're not when it comes to, when I talk about our size, I don't mean monetary. Like we really do. It's really more boots on the ground, and it's always been that way. And I know sometimes it's a little chaotic because just like today, Cesar was supposed to be here, but I know a lot of you know what happened last week, and it's been happening more than once where ICE has murdered someone in our community. So Cesar is tending to all of those things, and we're sort of, because we're a team, we're sort of backing him up in things that like this. Like, this is so important. I think things like this are so important because we need more leaders. We need more leaders in the community. Not everyone is willing. It's a job that's very daunting. That's very I would even say exhausting emotionally and mentally, but it's necessary. And I think that's one of the things that Aura said too, that we want to be here for the long run. We want to help the community. It's not about egos. It's not about you know anything that just it's all about the community. And I think one of the things that when people have, with the lawsuit that happened, that supposedly their basis was that we were telling people not to vote for Republicans, which is not true. We've never ever done that. And even here at Field, we, besides the fact that we're a 501c3 nonpartisan organization, as a personal me, I don't consider myself Democrat or Republican. I don't, because at the end of the day, my loyalty is to my community. And I think that's one of the things that we all do. Our loyalty as Field is to our community. And we will advocate. Right now, things that are going on, unfortunately, are not good. We have a rapid response form that people fill out whenever a family member gets detained by immigration. Unfortunately, those entries have gone up since the beginning of the summer. And now we are facing things like what happened to Lorenzo Salgado, which he was murdered on the street, right? So I think you got to take the bad with the good, and it's not easy, but it's so fulfilling to know that you're helping. And I encourage anyone that wants to help. It doesn't have to be with FIEL, but just in general, get involved. And I think one of the things that I was hearing earlier was that voting is important, and it is. It's incredibly important, and we do voter registration ourselves. But I think in our community, a lot of us cannot vote because we're not citizens. So this is another outlet to be able to make your voice heard. Just like yesterday, we were at City Hall and we let the mayor know that we want transparency with what happened. Even things like that. It's not all 100% protesting. But I think even protesting is a way, because I do remind everyone that a lot of people in our community cannot vote. So those that can, like myself, we do every single time. And I vote with the best interest of my community. But those that can't, this is another way to have an outlet to get your voice heard.
Thank you so much, Abraham and Aura and Maria. I just want to thank also, and they will be joining us at some point during the summit, the Texas Civil Rights Project, who brought FIEL and UNITEDSIKHS together to hold hands throughout this sort of these challenges with the commercial driver's licenses, and our ongoing sort of advocacy around that issue, and that extends across various states. So, thank you so much for coming on board. We do have someone's hand up and a question, so I'm going to have Suniha. I'm sorry, Suniha. Is that the way you pronounce your name?
Yeah, Sunea. You can call me Sunny.
Sunny.
Yeah. So, I
Thank
found
you.
your guys' story like extremely inspirational. And it really brings hope, especially for like immigrant youth. And especially with like the current climate, with like the current immigration laws. And I was just wondering, like, you mentioned how like Texas's Attorney General, I think it was trying to take down your guys' organization. So like my first question was, how are you responding to that? And my second question was, what are the struggles of being such an amazing leader and advocate for like this huge minority that's like facing so much controversy right now?
So I'll answer the first one. Obviously, it happened in a very bad time for us too, because it was the same week that we got served the lawsuit. Our office got destroyed by Hurricane Beryl. So we were dealing with two disasters at the same time. Our response obviously is always 100% transparent. We've never did anything remotely close to what the lawsuit was saying, that we were democratic advocates, like, and in the 501c3 world, when you're a 501c3 you have non 501c3 nonprofit status, like you're not supposed to advocate for any candidate, and we never did. We never told anyone, hey, vote for this guy or for that guy. We've always been 100% transparent. It was daunting, and it was a little bit frustrating, but at the same time, we knew that we were on the right side. And obviously, being the fact that we know other organizations like the Texas Civil Rights Project, and also MALDEF, which is the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund, they stepped in, and we got legally represented by very good groups. So I think the legal response was that, we don't advertise it too much, because again, it is an ongoing litigation. But there is literally, it even got rejected the first time by the court, because it really has no legal basis. But I think it's more of a political ploy by this man, in the attorney general position right now in Texas, because they just don't like what we are doing, which is advocating. They've already done it to other immigrants' rights organizations, and we just happen to be in the crosshairs this time. I know we will prevail, and I know it's going to be a lengthy process, but again, we have nothing to hide, and we've never done anything remotely close to what they say we have done. So I think, in a way, I also took it as, like I said earlier, like as in a positive light, because sometimes you have to take the good with the bad. And it just shows that, because even in the lawsuit, it says that we are very influential, which means it came from them, not from us, saying that we're very influential. And I thought, oh wow, little old us, really. So I think it was one of those things that, it kind of sort of, I felt like it kind of uplifted us to another level, to where, we're being noticed in that way. And even negative publicity is publicity at the end, right? So it was one of those things that, while stressful, we've come out on top, and we're ready for whatever comes next. Can you repeat the second question, and maybe I'll let Aura answer that one?
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Yeah. So I was just wondering, like, since you guys advocate and so amazingly advocate for like this huge controversial like minority right now, what are the struggles, and like what have you been through?
The struggles that we do both basically face will be sometimes when people don't want the help. Like, usually people, you say, when they're in the middle of the problem, they want the help, but then whenever you approach them with a solution, or with a possible solution, is that people still, they think it's not doable. They think that it just because they know that their friend, like, I'm gonna give an example. Sometimes when people say, like, oh, my husband is detained, but I talked to several attorneys and they tell me it's not doable, and you guys are telling me that bringing awareness, doing a conference will shine that line on my case. And we have seen it. One of the success stories that we have is the Jose Escobar case. That case, in 2001, this gentleman from El Salvador was misrepresented. He lost his work permit, and then he kept changing from attorney to attorney to attorney, to the point that he had an order of deportation. One day, in 2000, and I believe 8, they were waiting for him outside. And while every attorney and every organization that she turned to the Congress people to try to help her get her husband out. And whenever we still didn't have, as Fiel, we still didn't have an office set. We were at the beginning, because we were established in 2007. So I remember Abraham had the call, because we always had the number. She called in because she heard that we helped another undocumented student be released from ICE, and she heard from him. So she came to us and she said, Can you guys help me? When he met Abraham, by then Abraham was around 14, 15 years old. He thought, how can this little kid, because he met him, and his brother, which is 18, and his sister is 27, is gonna help me. So she didn't kind of quite there, but she said, I'm gonna give him a try. Um, and he did. He got deported. He got released. We helped make those calls. He got released. He was here, but unfortunately, he got deported. But we managed to move things around. He came in. He became a U.S. resident. That's one of our biggest cases. And he right now, last year, he became a U.S. citizen. So the impossible, we turn into the impossible. So, and that's one of our biggest cases, the Jose Escobar case. And it came from her not believing by meeting Abraham and thinking that he was so young. And in reality, it doesn't matter how young you are, as long as you have dedication. And we didn't have that much too, because we were established in 2007. But into 2008, we were barely started, and we managed to get him out from his country back into the United States.
Thank
Wow,
you for
that's
that, Elna. That's a beautiful
yeah.
story. So we have
That's
Gavia
awesome.
who has a question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hearing like all the work you've done is so inspirational. I'm actually really interested as well in immigration advocacy and working with immigrants applying for green cards. So I've done so in the Bay Area. And here we've kind of been affected as well by not, I feel like, as great as in Texas, but with ICE presence. And that affects, like you said, people who want to show up and actually get help. Because more than, the process of getting help, it's first takes a step of like reaching out and advocating for yourself. So my question to you has been, I know your FIA has been around since, like you said, 2007, but have you seen like progression of people coming to get help deteriorate as ICE presence grows and with the Trump administration and continued hate against immigrants, especially because politicians, especially Republican politicians, push for, against immigration into the United States, especially of those of people of color?
Yeah, well, people are scared. People are even afraid of coming to the office, to the field office. We have people that has told us, it's because they told me that you guys do help, but immigration is always outside of your guys' building, because people are so afraid right now, since we saw that it was it have been in waves. People have been afraid. People have been then for the first Trump administration, they were afraid, but they were not terrified. They were afraid, but they were not terrified. Then Biden was a little bit, it was still not so good, but they were there. Right now, people are terrified of coming out, going shopping. We have a lady that we had an event, and she has been enclosed in her home into that event that we told her it was okay to come out. And she came out after 8 months being enclosed in her home. And we try to make these safe spaces for people to feel. If you cannot come to talk to the consultation, because we do have 3 departments, which are the legal department that helps with routing and seeing if there's an immigration case that can be doable, and then one of the attorneys tells us what kind of a process they will go through, and then we'll file for them their applications. Or there's also the ones that court, whenever we cannot, because right now there's a lot of pro bono. We try to do the cases that we do pro bono, the court cases, because it's really hard to find attorneys, and more now that they don't have federal help. Like, since we're very independent, we're able to get attorneys pro bono with dual cases to fight their case in court. So we are able to provide those via phone, via Zoom, or in presence the people that want to come. and they are always welcome here. And we just let them know that they're secure here and they're everything's gonna be fine. We try to get, and if they can come because they're afraid, because there has been people that are afraid, we try to, like the same thing, approach them, go to them instead of them coming to us. And for our education department as well, we try to guide them as much as we can through the phone, through students that are undocumented and they want to pursue higher education. That's Abraham's department, and he helps them out from filling out from making the decision to what major they want to do, to getting that financial aid for those who qualify, or finding private schools that would take them without, regardless of their immigration status.
Thank you so much. Sorry, just to follow up. So have like the amount of people come to your organization for help within the past year declined in general?
Most of the people, we have like maybe 80% of the people that are undocumented. Out of 100, maybe a couple prefer, like maybe 35% comes, and the other prefers to be out in the shadows, or we reach out to them because they're really afraid. Like, we're really afraid. We try, there's people that we even try to get them food, get them things, and get volunteers so they can go out to them instead of them coming to us.
I want to add to that. So the amount of people coming into the office has diminished, and there's two main reasons for that. One, they're scared, right? They're just scared to go out, and with good reason, because if they're undocumented, or even if they have DACA, or even residents have been attacked as well by law enforcement and then questioned about their status. So there's a good reason as to why people don't necessarily want to go out and come here directly to the office. But then also, a lot has changed with immigration. It has become a lot more difficult to apply. There's several processes that are also a really long time. And so there's people that are kind of, even though they do have a status, if it's a temporary status under DACA, they're left without status for a temporary time because USCIS is taking a long time to process their case. So I think those are the two main reasons why people coming into the office has declined. But one of the ways that FIEL is kind of combating that is by building bridges and connections with people that they already trust within their community, and hosting Know Your Rights presentations so that they know that because they have to go out to work, to school, to get medical help, then they know how they can interact with law enforcement in case they are questioned about their status. We host those presentations completely free. Anytime we meet any organization, church, really anybody in the community, we tell them about these workshops so that they can invite us, and our staff basically gets assigned to go to them. These presentations can be anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours. I think last week we did one that they gave us 4 hours to speak. I don't think we spoke for all 4 hours, but they had us there to interact with the people. It was a church, so it was a large group of people, and they basically were asking questions. Abraham did the presentation, and we tailor these presentations to that specific audience. So if it's an employer that wants us to talk to their employees and how also to interact with ICE, or any kind of protocols to put up in their business, we tailor that, for the employees, for the businesses. If it's at a school, we try to train their staff so that if something does happen to a student or to a parent, rather than trying to establish trust with FIEL, if they don't know about us, they can talk to them directly as a teacher or as a counselor. So I just wanted to add that a little bit. I don't know if you want to add a little bit more, Abraham, about what those presentations entail.
Oh, definitely. And I think it's always fluctuated. I think it's always been, there's seasons where there's a lot of support and there's seasons when there's not so much support. Right now, the fact that he won the second presidency and all the bad things that we already knew were going to come because of whatever Project 2025 was talking about and everything, we already knew it wasn't a surprise. Um, but I think a lot of the community was unaware of what they were planning. So I think it did catch them a little bit by surprise. So I think it has gone down. But I think it also has gone down because even with like the institutions, because before we used to do a lot of know your rights trainings at public schools for the parents and stuff like that. That has actually diminished a lot because of, I guess, the fear of getting in trouble. Like I'm talking about the schools, the fear of getting in trouble with like the administration and stuff like that. So we still do those know your rights presentations and we will go to the school, but we've always been like one of our main focus has always been we don't solicit, like they need to come to us and they need to invite us. We don't go to the schools and be like, hey, you guys need to know your rights trainings. We don't. So that has gone down a little bit. And I think it's been because of the fear of like the school of getting in trouble. At one point, even saying know your rights training was like a hot like trigger word. And I remember at the beginning when he won his first presidency last year, we were gonna do a Know Your Rights presentation at a HISD high school, and they pulled the plug because they thought we were gonna, talk, about stuff like political stuff. But in reality, we were just gonna tell people, hey, these are the rights that you have under the Constitution of the United States. So it has diminished. But at the same time, the calls for, hey, they detained my family member, or hey, this happened in interaction with police, that has gone up. So I think while more people are afraid to get involved, even US citizens are afraid to get involved in what we do, I think the need for help has skyrocketed. So I think that's kind of like the just position of like the fact that there's not a lot of people that are willing to get involved because they're scared, especially the community, and particularly the community. But I think the need has gone up a lot. And that's why we do a lot of know your rights trainings. We go out to churches, we go out to schools. We've even done where we go to someone's house and they gather their neighbors. We've done all of that. And we do them either in person, although in person it's also scary for some folks. So we also do things like this. We do it via video, any way that we can. And just to end that was on, I think, Saturday, and we were there for hours, but we did talk for 4 hours because the community had so much questions and so much fear, and they were happy, and I'm happy to inform that they want us to come back because they really enjoyed the presentation. And we're open to do this presentation, like this type of presentation again for you guys, for everyone in the group, if they're interested, because I think that's information that I think it even transcends states. It's information that affects everyone, and everyone that is anyone like us, even if you're not undocumented. If things don't change, if things don't get better, any one of us in this call can have an interaction with police or immigration. And I think it's very important that we're prepared and we know that we have responsibilities when dealing with law enforcement, but we also have rights. And I think that's very important for those types of presentations.
Thank you so much, Abraham, again, and Maria and Aura. I just want to say, one of the commonalities that across religions, across nationalities, across states, is that we are all workers, right? More important than anything else, we are workers, and I think that's the commonality between FIEL and United Sikhs that brings us together. And we are an organization. We are international in scope, and we are apolitical. We don't involve ourselves in politics of any particular region where we are or happen to be located. Our focus is mostly around challenging civil rights and human rights issues across spectrums, work, immigration, religious rights, And that's important. And that's, if I think, you don't have to agree, or you may agree with someone, right? But not agree with everything, right? And that's why we advocate when we see that folks are in need. And I agree with your message about, that our constituents or our members, our community members, and their needs are paramount to any political discussion or anything like that, and that rights belong to all of us. So, I want to thank you for joining us. I'm hoping that there might be more questions from our students. But I want to talk a little bit about United Sikhs and how it became, for your purposes as well. And we want to thank you for being our partners protecting workers in Texas. United Sikhs started in 1999 by a couple of Sikh members who thought there was a need to defend or assist Sikh taxi drivers, which is why the CDL issue is so important to United Sikhs, and for other reasons, of course. But started by these very brave and courageous Sikh men who decided that they could use their voices to assist a part of their community or members of their community who were more vulnerable. That grew into from New York City into New York State, into California, into Florida, into Texas, into all of the states where United Sikhs has a presence. We generally are on the ground through our community leaders across not just across the states, but across the world in more than 20 regions, including India, the EU, the UK, Japan, even and other places. We have three directorates. It's our legal arm, which we're expanding to become a justice center, legal justice center. We have our humanitarian aid and have been on the ground in disasters, addressing and helping victims of disasters. In, for example, Ukraine, we had a professor talk about how and some of our volunteers come during the summit and talk about those experiences, sort of helping people everywhere from Texas, again, to Ukraine, to Malaysia, to anywhere where there's a disaster, or man-made or natural disaster. We have our SEED, which is our community empowerment and education that our operations manager, Rupinder Kaur, runs as a helpline called UMEED, which receives calls from the community, and we impart sort of either advice or connect people to resources. So we identify with what Phil is doing, and in terms of helping workers and helping immigrants sort of navigate through some difficult times. And we appreciate you, and we appreciate that you are willing to hold hands with our organization and our staff to come to, and do grassroots organization like we did in Texas with the CDL folks. And, thank you so much for coming, your willingness to come and speak to our students. We really appreciate your sharing your experiences. And your great experiences and your successes, more importantly, because some of our young folks here are looking to expand and become, and are asking and are curious about how some of us who have been doing this for quite a while have been able to impact, right, and gain some footing in our communities, that they trust, right, that they have a place to go. I want to say one last thing, and that is something that someone said to me along the way, and that is that some of us who are old enough to remember when there weren't organizations like United Sikhs, like FIEL, that people could go to and at least express, right, their sorrows and their fears. And there was a time, believe it or not, in this country where, and very recently, even within our generations, where that didn't exist. And the fact that we have now organizations like United Sikhs and organizations like FIL and organizations like Texas Civil Rights, that people can come to is miraculous. So thank you for the work that you do. Thank you very much for the work that you
If I may, there's still a few minutes before our next speaker joins in, but I do want to, not that they need vouching, but I want to speak about the community organization that FIEL does. I was able to witness that firsthand when UNITEDSIKHS was able to go to Houston, Texas with the CDL drivers. Just seeing the engagement that and the commitment that FIEL has to that community was really on another level. And like seeing Aura and the rest of the team so well organized. And when you talk about organization, it's not just, oh, we should do this or we should do, they're like literally talking to drivers. I mean, we are too, but their engagement was really like on another level. And not only are they talking to the community, they're talking to legislators. They made things happen. They got, a room in the Capitol. They made sure that the drivers that were going to be there had people to talk to. Um, they set up appointments with different legislators. They give room numbers. I mean, they literally, the organization was on another level. And like, I'm so glad that I was able to be a part of that and be able to witness that. And I hope that, we can continue to work together. And I'm so grateful that like we continue to have these regular meetings, to continue to advocate for all of those who are still trying to find their way. And, I just have to give mad props to your organization. And if no one's told you yet, you guys are doing an amazing, amazing job. And so much kudos to you guys. I'm like literally so proud and inspired.
Thank you so much. We do as much as we can because we are community. Our theme here, I feel, is that we are community, and this is like when somebody approaches, it's not my neighbor, it's my family that is being hurt out there. And I think we all take pride in that. And to us, I'm not gonna talk for them, but we had a meeting the day before yesterday. That type of commitment that comes into field, and the commitment, it doesn't matter if it's 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning. We are all so committed to and connected with each other that I think that's one of the things that we're ready to work, and we don't take this as a job. We take this as a commitment to our community.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just being in
And
that nonprofit type of sector.
we resemble that remark. Are there any questions that anyone has for Fiel? Okay, thank you so much again for coming, Auda, Abraham, Maria. Really appreciate it. It's been a long day. We have another speaker coming on. You're welcome to continue to join us and hear out. Our next speaker is the U.S. Attorney General for Civil Rights with the Department of Justice. Please stay on if you have interest in hearing that message or that speech. I'm going to go ahead and we have about 3 more minutes, and we haven't Bipinda, she hasn't joined yet, right? I'm going to go check and see if they are any sort of snafus in joining. But if anyone wants to go grab a cup of coffee, I know it's been a long day. We'll come back in 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
everyone.
Thank you.
Agreed. I love this conversation. I just love to see the way you guys are thinking and how you view Sikhi. I think that's really important too. And like how you understand Sikh values and how it correlates with advocacy and the way our, Sikhs are represented and other minority communities are represented. Any other comments?
I am proud of this batch of you guys because you really spoke up. You stand up for what you think and what really are the values of Sikhism. And you please continue that. Rick, Ojit, Simran, Suryadi, Georgina, everyone. Thank you. And you indeed showed that you are the hope of your generation. And Please continue to speak up. Please continue to advocate for your religion, for your faith, for your values, and that is what we are here for. And this is what the summit is about. And thank you.
I
Thank
think
you,
those were
Christina,
like,
so much.
I think those were literally the perfect last words, Christina. I think I couldn't have said it better. And now I really look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow. I will post exactly what time we're starting again tomorrow, and I'll share it in the WhatsApp group. And again, I encourage you, there's still 2 more days. I encourage you to share the registration link with your friends and family. Let them know, not only them, but put it on camera. Tell us. I mean, yes, we had a lot of conversations today, but speak more freely. Do your little social media posts. Tag us, send them to us. Let's see. Let's get these conversations continuing. And thank you so much, everybody. See you tomorrow. Waheguru Ji Ka
Khalsa,
Khalsa,
Waheguru
Waheguru
Ji
Ji Ki
Ki Fateh.
Fateh.